Testing 1 2 1 2.
Good morning to all our viewers. We are here at the World Cup.
And I built till 5.
No, not allowed.
What is it? A ripper?
A ripper.
Well, not as an arse ripper.
It's going to be a ripper of a game. Well, good morning, viewers. It's England versus Australia. It's the World Cup 2025 in Colombo, and we're at Nondescript Cricket Club. England and Australia are playing for third and fourth place playoffs. Toss has been carried out, and Australia, well, they've won the toss and elected to bat. We'll just run through the two sides for you. For England, England's going to be captained by David Snellgrove today. Charlie Knightley will be opening, probably with David. Giles Eccleston, Roy Smith, Jonathan Wildman comes in for the player Nasir Ahmed, who's sadly gone down with a little bit of a bug. Kshitij Desai, Martin Gidley, Joanne Haji, Jason Whitaker, Sean Cooper, Zulfi Butt and Luke Jarvis. So Australia are going out to bat, and the two opening bats, number 86 Ashley Hardy, and the other batsman, I'm not quite sure yet who that is, Steve Mace, I thought it might be, yep. Okay, so Australia are going to be batting. Let's welcome the commentators. It's got a little bit of background noise today with another streaming company. Bob, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice day in Colombo again. A bit of cloud cover today, which is very welcome. Slight breeze, so at the moment not as hot as it has been.
Yeah, it's just got a little bit cooler, hasn't it? So England look as though they're going to open the bowling with Sean Cooper, who's going to be coming from, let's call it, the commentary end, and we'll be getting underway. Play starts just after 10 o'clock local time, so very early morning in the UK. So this is going to be the first of two Ashes games. The first game today, and the next game is on Tuesday as Sean Cooper gets us underway. Here we go. And that's just gone off the edge, so it'll just be a single. Jason Whitaker's the man down there at third man. Plenty of bounce there. We'll give you a little bit of context to the game today, and also a little bit about the Ashes and the history between these two sides in one-day internationals, as Sean Cooper comes in for his second ball. Nice free-flowing run up there from Sean, a little bit of bounce, just tickle down the leg side there. It'll be just a single. Jonathan Wildman is the person who picks that up and throws that in, so just another run to the total. Okay, so England versus the old enemy, Australia. So this is a playoff for third and fourth place in this IMC Over 50s World Cup. Bob, two semi-finals.
Yeah, it's disappointing obviously for both sides not to be playing in the final tomorrow. Having won all our group games, both sides won all their group games. But both failed in the semis, which is disappointing. Australia got fairly well beaten by Sri Lanka, who posted a very big total of 298. Australia ended up 170 odd. In our game we ended up 9 short, 231 Pakistan got, and having had them 70 for 5, so Pakistan did bowl very well, and we didn't get over the line. Cooper's back in.
Nicely behind that. Okay, so 6 out of 6 wins for both teams, and now we're playing for third and fourth place playoff. It just shows you cricket's a funny game, and England, as you say, had a very close game against Pakistan. 9 runs, a few chances along the way, could have changed things for England.
Nobody really got going in the batting lineup. We had a very powerful batting side, and we didn't really, nobody actually got in and got going really. There was a lot of 30s and 40s. Nobody went on to get a big score. The Pakistan bowlers kind of subdued us a bit, and 1 or 2 rash shots. And we left ourselves a bit too much to do, really.
Australia, they came up against their hosts, Sri Lanka, who were dominant, winning by 124 runs. As Cooper comes in, right arm, medium pace, and he's looks as though that kept a little bit lower, but that's the end of the over, so that's going to be 2 runs without loss.
Good start from Cooper. Beat the bat a couple of times. Looks like there might be a little bit in it first thing. The seamers. Looks like we're going to open with spin for the first time in the tournament. I think Zulfi Butt maybe is going to bowl.
Who has bowled very well in this tournament. Been very impressed with Zulfi Butt's performance. Now, in the Sri Lanka game when they played Australia in the semi-final, Ruvin Peris, he scored a beautiful and classy century, 107 in a total of 298 all out. That proved just too elusive for Australia. There were 174 all out. Andrew Kratzmann made 48 off 65 and Ashley Hardy 37 off 38. England and Australia do go back a little bit. They've got some form playing against each other. They've played each other 10 times since 2017. First game, Bob, was on the 26th of July 2017. Seems an age ago.
That's a very long time ago, doesn't it?
Yeah. At Barnt Green Cricket Club
Wow.
in the UK. 35 overs a side, and England won by 57 runs. And then the next game was at Welling Garden City, where England won by 6 wickets. Okay, Zulfi Butt is coming on to bowl. Left arm around in between.
I think there was some talk that he might have opened in the semi-final, but they decided not to in the end, which I don't know if that was crucial or not. But
A little bit short there to start with. And a misfield by Cooper. Giles Eccleston is the fielder there. He just mops up. So then let's move on to 2018. Australia in their own backyard. They beat England in the World Cup and they won all 3 of the Ashes games. So 1-1 on Ashes as Butt continues.
yes, we hold the Ashes at the moment, so we'll be keen to take them on the plane home. The learn.
Oh, that looks as though that may have come off an edge, but anyway, no runs there. Butt's making quite an impact to start with. So let's fast forward to 2023 and the World Cup in Cape Town. Australia again were not in England's groups. That's now been in 2 World Cups where England have not played Australia in the group stages. As Butt comes in, goes forward, it looks as though it's come off the edge. Just fallen short of Kshitij Desai, who's at first slip there, and a single to the total. There were 2 Platinum Ashes matches there at Pinelands Cricket Club. You'll probably remember this, Bob, and Western Province. And England won both of those games to go 2-1 up on Ashes series wins. As Butt continues. Made quite an impact, hasn't he, so far, Butt? A little bit short there on the off. Sean Cooper fielding at point. Backed up by Giles Eccleston, who underarms it back to Butt.
Looks like there's a little bit in this wicket to start with.
Yeah.
If he gets it in the right spot.
Just going down the leg side, I would say. Oh, that's a little bit of a misfield there. Chuan Haji. Just a single there to the total. Throws it in left arm. So that's the end of the over. And the score is that 5? Oh, 5. Apologies. So let's move on to 2024. 23rd of June. Mill Hill, Broxbourne provided the venue. You'll remember this, Bob, as I say looking at you. Australia won the toss decided to bat. Dismissed for 133, all out. England 135 for 4, 34.5 overs. Cobden Hill, your neck of the woods, Bob, at Radlett.
Yep.
Provided a win for England by 8 wickets, albeit Steve Mace, who's out there batting today, scored his 6th ODI 103 or 127 balls. As Cooper comes in, dabbed it down to third man. Just a single. And Andrew Kratzmann scored a really impressive 51 as well off 72. So England retain their third Ashes. However, game 3, and this is where I'm coming to, so bear with me, provided a bit of a change because Australia came over to England. They played in the Marlborough Cup, and that was held at Marlborough College, beautiful venue in Wiltshire. And that saw the Australian side not only win the Marlborough Cup but also win the third Ashes game. And with that, a huge change, you could say a bit of a sea change in the momentum of Australian over 50s cricket following their reshuffle of the pack from the 2023 World Cup. Cooper coming in, a little bit shorter there but nicely played. So they went past England's score 192 for 9 with 4 balls to spare and secured a win. And from thereafter, Australia have been pretty dominant in cricket. Not only, I think, in the Trans-Tasman Cup, where they played New Zealand, and there was a competition with Australia A. Played down in the Gully region, no run. So England have won at, I think, 6 out of the 10 previous encounters. Well, I know that's factually correct. But Australia and their over 50s cricket is on the rise. So it'll be fascinating today, Bob, to see how it pans out over these 2 fixtures.
Yeah, they'll admit they had a pretty poor World Cup in 23. And lost a lot of games.
It's a little bit of bounce there.
But yes, since then they've won all their 6 group games. Did come up against a very good Sri Lankan side on Thursday, but other than that they've been, as you say, pretty dominant. So I think we're in for a close game, I think.
Yep. Good setup that Australia have got, as have England. Just a single there, drop and run. Good fielding there by Eccleston, quickly in, right-handed throw, but they were too quick, the Australian batters. So today's game, umpires, Martin Whale from Wales and Ramor Martinez. Scorers are Alan Jones for England, and he represents Wembley Cricket Club. Commentators today, we'll have a variety of commentators for you, but starting off myself, Tony Wood and Bob Baxter. Cooper coming in. Just played down to the third man region. So another single to the total. Steve Mace, classy batsman for Australia, and that takes the total to 9 for the loss of no wicket. 3 overs gone. So these 2 just content to put the singles about, get England to do some running. Now, I'm not sure on what the stats are, Bob, but have England pretty much chased a lot recently?
Yeah, we seem to have, when we've won the toss, we've elected to field. Lost the toss today, and same things happened because Australia decided to bat. So we're used to chasing. We've chased pretty well, unfortunately, up until the semi-final, when we just didn't, as I said earlier, didn't really get going. None of the batsmen really looked in full flow. Even Giles, who's had a superb tournament, struggled a bit for his 30-odd. Roy Smith, who's had an excellent tournament, was out early. Nasir Ahmed got 40-odd, but again, never really got to grips with the bowlers.
No runs there, just trying to play that down into that sort of third man region. Chuan Haji's come up into a short gully. He looks very close there, but there's obviously a plan here as to how they're going to play Zulfi Butt. Oh, and he's played on. So that's the first wicket down. Zulfi Butt takes the first Australian wicket. Steve Mace goes back and he's played on. So that's the first wicket down for Australia. 9 for 1.
I'm not sure he should have been going back there, but he did, and perished. Butt, who's opened the bowling for the first time in this World Cup, has picked up a wicket. The 7th ball he's bowled.
It's a good cricket wicket here, but that looked as though it was definitely a front foot shot.
I think he just don't know why he went back, really. Misread the length, I think.
Pace was good from Butt as well. I wouldn't say that was an old ball, but it had a little bit more pace on it. But you just
tell, isn't it, from this angle? But
Andrew Kratzmann is the new incoming bat for Australia. Tall figure, very strong right-handed bat. Very good tennis player as well. I believe he's got his own tennis academy up on the either the Sunshine Coast or the Gold Coast, but very, very talented sportsman. So good luck to him for Australia, and he's being partnered by Ashley Hardy, who's at the non-striker's end. So good start by England here.
Yeah, Mace has got a lot of runs over the years, and so they'll be pleased to see the back of him.
Yes, that's a big wicket to get early on. As I was just saying, he had a 6th ODI 100 in the last Ashes series in 2024, and at one stage runs were just coming for sort of for free, weren't they? They seem to have dried up a little bit. Haven't really followed Steve Mace's tournament this World Cup. As Butt comes in, left arm around, nice little bit of flight. So it looks as though there's a little bit in the track early on.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of difficulty playing Butt when he puts it in the right spot.
Yep. Charles Eccleston's also had a very good tournament with the bat for England. Oh, that looks as a shout for LBW, or caught down the leg side, but umpire Whale unmoved.
Wicket keeper's shout, I think.
Nice little bit of flight there. That's a lovely cut there from Kratzmann. Just a single. Great fielding there from Sean Cooper.
A little bit short from Butt that time.
Wearing a bit of dirt on his shirt from a previous dive that went just under him, but that was a great stop from Sean Cooper. Showing what those 3 lines mean on the shirt. We had a lovely photo earlier, and the lion was out. Nice team shot, which is good to see. Haven't done a lot of that actually, team shots, have we really? There's been such a sort of busyness about the day from the setup. As Butt comes in, and he's coming around, and that's missed everything. Taken by Knightley low to his right. End of the over, and a good over for England. 10 for 1. The very, very crucial wicket of Steve Mace has been taken. It's going to be Sean Cooper to continue. Nice to have seen also Ross McElveen, who is doing all the physio duties. He's keeping everyone on the Australian side fit, along with Marcus Sharp, who's also doing the same for England. Marcus is actually playing as well, whereas Ross is...
No, Marcus isn't playing today.
No, he's not playing today, but he's playing obviously in the World Cup itself. So he's had his work cut out. A few injuries and a little bit of sickness in the England camp. Interesting to see how that plays out today as Cooper comes in for his 3rd over. So it's a little bit down the leg side there. Wide is given. Ranmore Martinez is the umpire who's signalling there, as you can see. Just trying to get the attention of the scorebox scorer. Who is the official scorer today? That's just gone down the leg side. Not sure whether that came off the bat. You seem to have better hearing than myself, Bob.
I think about bat.
Yep, that looks as though it was a run to Kratzmann. He's the tall, imposing figure at the non-striker's end. Ashley Hardy, who's had a really good series of games for Australia since he's been introduced into the over 50 side, plays on the onside. No run there. It's got the very distinctive yellow pads. A little bit more of the gold colour that Australia used to wear in the old days in their kit, which was a very yellowy, wasn't it? Yellowy yellow, call it. Bit of a stinker of a hot day today out there. It's looking to warm up, and comes forward just a little. Just takes the bottom hand off the bat, just playing that one-handed. I'm actually quite pleased that I've got a little bit of water in both ears from the swimming pool, actually, because there's a lot of background noise here today. So apologies if I'm losing my train of thought. And we've got the local streaming service that seem to be talking over everybody. No runs there for Hardy, just taking his time. 11 is the score so far for 1 wicket down. Steve Mace was the Australian wicket that was taken early by England. Big boost for the England bowlers. Now we've also talked about some guest presenters that were going to come on and commentate. I see Paul Coffey here from the 40 Club is having a wander around the boundary. That's cut. Looks as though it's gone down to the third man. Whittaker's down there, picks up one-handed and throws in. So only the single there. To Hardy, brings Kratzmann on strike. We've also got Hugh Henry, who's going to be who's doing some scoring in the more traditional way. He's going to be doing a session for you later on in the day, and we may have some special wives and girlfriends from some of the England players doing a stint, and we'll be firing some questions at them. As Cooper comes in, drives, Kratzmann, no run. David Snellgrove there at... no, it's not David Snellgrove. Do apologise. Looks like Shittage Desai. But anyway, end of the over. The score is 12 for 1. Five overs gone, Bob. Good start for England.
Start for England. Looks like it's a little bit in the wicket. I think it's the same wicket we used on Thursday. There's 6 games going on today for various different places. Namibia and Zimbabwe, USA versus New Zealand, South Africa, West Indies, and India, Wales for the 5th spot. Wales having a good tournament. Beat USA by 10 wickets in the game on Thursday, so they play India for 5th and 6th spot.
Haven't they had a great
Canada
tournament?
versus UAE is the other game.
Yeah, haven't they had a great tournament? Wales. Ali Bukhari has been absolutely wonderful for them, and we'll come on to a few of their players as well. Play to the onside. No run there for Hardy. Been so impressed with Wales' performance in this tournament. No run there again, nice and forward. Just varying the pace here from Butt. Just working hard, getting the line right. Traditional field here for England at the start. One slip, shortish gully, a little bit more flight there, and he's taken. That's out. Stumped by Knightley, so Butt takes his 2nd wicket, and Australia in a little bit of strife here. 2 wickets down for 13.
A good bit of bowling. He looked like he was trying to use his feet against Butt to get to the pitch of it, but didn't quite get to the pitch of that one. Turned away from the batsman and Knightley whipped off the bail. So good stumping from Knightley. He's kept well all through.
No, he's very angry with himself there, and perhaps rightly so. It's a bit of turn there from Butt, and he bowled the classic orthodox left arm spin ball there. Andrew Sharp, number 73, is going to be the new incoming batsman. He's a left-handed batsman, and he's going to be partnering Andrew Kratzmann. Australia, they need a little bit of a rebuilding phase here. Kratzmann being asked upon again to do a job for Australia. 2 early wickets down. England buzzing at the present time. And Bob?
Great start for England. Looks like, as I said, already said in this commentary, this looks like it's a bit in the wicket for both Cooper and for Butt, more for Butt I think. So we're playing 3 spinners today. All the left arm spinners are playing today. Toan Hadji and Luke Jarvis. And the way what we've seen so far, I think they will be spin dominated today.
Yes.
The other bowlers we have today are Desai to bowl some seamers, and Whittaker, and maybe a bit of Snellgrove to bowl some off spin if we think it's going to turn. Jason Whittaker and Shitesh Desai will be the other seamers.
Yeah, a little bit in the wicket early on. 2 wickets down, Australia. 13 on the board. Rebuilding phase required here. Andrew Sharp, number 73 there, just gesticulating. Just going to be bowling into his pads, but normally he comes over the wicket, doesn't he, to the left-handers?
Sometimes. I think he prefers bowling round to the left-handers.
Yes.
But I think a lot of the players feel that he's more dangerous if he comes over. But I think he might start round. I don't know. Let's have a look.
Yeah, looks like he is. David Snellgrove's in there at the short mid-wicket. Got a leg slip. And I think that's Jason Whittaker, isn't it? Number 16, who's at the in the leg slip region. And KD as it slip. In comes Butt. A little bit short of that. It's gone back. LBW, and he's out. So that's the 3rd wicket that falls for Australia. Score is 13. And he's on a hat-trick. Goodness. All the drama of the fair here. It's certainly not a wicket to go back on. And it just skidded through. England found that with Pakistan here, didn't they? Pakistan bowled very, very tight with their left armers, and they pushed it through. You have to get forward on this wicket. It's certainly not a wicket to go back on. Bounce is a little bit variable, but it skids through at quite a pace. So umpire Whale put the finger up there, and he's just having a quick chat with his other umpire. So 3 wickets down.
The batsman did stand around for a while. He obviously didn't agree with the decision, but as we haven't got replays, I can't decide whether what happened there.
So a little bit of frantic padding up for the Australian batsman here. And it's going to be Tony Clark, the skipper, who's coming out now. 3 down for 13. He's got a massive job on his hand, a big rebuilding phase here for Tony Clark. But he's resilient. We know that. He's a great batsman, great competitor.
Yeah, he's had a good series. I got 98 the other day, one of the games, a few days ago. So
Goodness.
Butt on fire.
We didn't foresee this. and certainly added a little bit of spice to this opening Ashes game, but third and fourth place playoff for the IMC over 50s World Cup. So he's a right-hander. England got the slit and the shortish gully point. David Snellgrove just coming in a little bit closer on the hat-trick ball, as is the way. Charles Eccleston looks as though he's coming forward. Just put a bit of pressure on the Australian captain here. Butts on a hat-trick ball. What's he going to bowl? Will it be a little bit quicker or a little bit loopy? Oh, he's got to put a helmet on, he's been told. Yes, I think that's quite right. Umpire Martinez there, sorry, I couldn't remember his surname, has asked the England fielder there, Charles Eccleston, to put a helmet on. Well worth a little bit of a lull in play here. Yes. A little pause in play here as the tension mounts. Australia 13 for 3. Zulfi Butt is on a hat-trick ball. Here it comes. Tuan Haji is the man who brought the helmet out. And the final is tomorrow. It's being played at the P. Sara Oval, where England played the hosts in the warm-up friendly. Very good game, wasn't it then?
Yeah, nice ground, ex-test ground. Supposed to play at the Premadasa, but two problems altogether. Let's change the venue.
So Tony Clark to face Zulfi Butt, who's on a hat-trick ball. In he comes. A little bit forward, and that's a good put forward there by Clark. Keeps that out, so a good delivery from Butt on his hat-trick ball. 13 for 3 is the score. Still pressure on Clark here. A little bit more Fuller there, and there's no run. So wonderful over there for England, 13 for 3. And Zulfi Butt had 2 wickets in that over.
Didn't have all this noise last time, did we?
Right, it's going to be Sean Cooper to continue with his right arm medium pace. Kratzmann coming forward, no run. Rebuilding phase here for Australia. Big appeal there. Cooper just coming through in the run-up. Not out is the decision. Looked as though that was, you say, go down the leg side.
Good shout, I think. Umpire, I think, decided probably just going down, maybe, but confident appeal from England.
Cooper's bowling really well here. He's got a nice rhythm. Didn't bowl in the semi-final. But that's a good dive by Cooper just to stop that as it came through.
Sean and Zulfi bowling tight lines up in the way in route for the batsman. It's been a good partnership between Sean, the fast bowler, and left-arm spinner Zulfi.
Cooper coming in. Just turned on the leg side. Luke Jarvis is the man down there. Should be just a single, which it is. Scores moved on to 14 for 3. These two batsmen just getting settled in. Andrew Kratzmann is the batsman with Tony Clark, who's going to be facing. That's just played on the leg side, no run there. Giles Eccleston is the fielder there, who comes in smartly, and the end of the over. And the score is 14 for 3.
Yeah, another good over from Cooper on the money, and
7 overs gone.
keeping these Australian batsmen quiet. Batsman will face Butt, who's already taken 3 wickets.
Current run rate is 2. So Australia, they need to preserve wickets, build a partnership or 2 here.
It's happened in quite a lot of games. There's been some early wickets, so you've just got to need wickets in hand for the later, when the ball goes softer and there's runs to be had later on. But it's been a bit tricky for the batsman at the start here, the new ball.
Zulfi Butt to continue. Played off beautifully off the back foot. Looks as though it's going to run away for 4 runs. That's a superb shot off the back foot by Kratzmann there. Just waited for it, punched it, and 4 runs to the total. That's what you were saying, Bob. Just got to be patient, really, here. Just weather the storm. These two batsmen, lots of experience between Andrew Kratzmann and Tony Clark. Very nice batsman. Batted very well in the Marlborough Cup. I don't know if you remember, but played some good innings there for Australia.
He also got a ban from the Marlborough Cup.
Goes forward there.
To serve a ban against when he missed one of the games against New Zealand.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you there on my left ear.
He didn't agree with one of the decisions, I believe.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Well, he's here doing a job for Australia today. A little bit. That comes forward and very watchfully left by Kratzmann there.
To take it out of the country for all those who are missing the game. And
Zulfi Butt continuing to work hard here for England with his slow left arm. Drops it short. No run there. Snellgrove comes round quickly into the point region. So England putting pressure now on the Australian batsman.
Just a little bit short then. Just got to get it up there.
And lovely to see the Australian wives and girlfriends here. Lovely touring party. Lots of smiles and hellos. So welcome to you from the England Seniors website, and also to those that are walking around the boundaries. A beautiful day here in at Nondescripts Cricket Club in Colombo. As Butt continues, a little bit more flight there, but that was well left by Kratzmann at the end of the over. That's 18 for the loss of 3 wickets, Australia. Kratzmann is on 7 and Tony Clark is yet to get off the mark.
Great start from England. 8 overs gone. Cooper to continue. Interesting how many overs Butt bowls. They'll want to save, I think, a few for later on. So it'll be interesting to see who takes over from Zulfi at some stage, whether it be Seamer, Whittaker or KD.
Now, I'm of the view I'd keep him going, personally. I think if he's in a good rhythm, as Cooper comes in, that's nicely played on the onside.
I don't think
do you not think...
But I think they'll save a few overs.
Do
I don't
you?
think he'll bowl 9.
Well, I mean, bearing in mind what England are now playing for, 3rd and 4th place, I think, is there not pressure on the scoreboard here for the Australians if he bowls through a good 9 and then just throwing it out there? Cooper as well, if he's got a good rhythm. It's a little bit cooler, it's not as much direct sun. That's a lovely shot there from Clark on the onside, but Snellgrove equal to it, picks up and throws. It's a good field set by Snellgrove to Tony Clark. These two have played quite a bit against each other, and Tony Clark's strength certainly on the leg side, but he drives equally well. Roy Smith, who's at extra cover, is an excellent fielder, one of the younger 50-year-olds. As Cooper comes in, that's a good length from Cooper, bowling really well here, really tight. Just has a little bit of a follow through there. Charlie Knightley just having a little bit of a word in his ear, suggesting maybe a tactic or two to bowl to Clark.
He's playing everything on the leg side. I presume the ball's maybe coming in a little bit to Clark, looking to play leg side, and I think he's suggesting another player on the leg side, which is happening.
Yes.
KD is coming into
mid-wicket.
Short mid-wicket by the look of it.
Yeah, he does play that, bowl that one though, doesn't he, Bob? Where it comes into the batsman. If he can get the one that's going away, he'll get the slip in play. That's gone down the leg side. Luke Jarvis is the man there. Should be just a single. Clark's coming back for the second. That's good running from Australia. Good pick up and throw there from Jarvis, but Clark was equally aware and came through for the second, probably quite easily actually there in the end.
Yeah, they had a bit of ground to make up, Jarvis, and easy too, really. Just looking at his line, maybe a little bit more towards just outside off. Looks like he's gone in a little bit too straight at the moment.
That's a good length from Cooper. He's giving everything, as he always does, for England over 50s. Good warm-up session from England at the start, wasn't there? Photo as well, and England buzzing for this game, really are. Well, aren't you always buzzing for an Ashes
of course.
Game against the old enemy?
Obviously we prefer to be playing in the final tomorrow against each other, but it's not to be, so now we've decided to make it kind of like a double Ashes to 2 games, as we've drawn them all up at the 3rd, 4th place. So
it's the end of the over, so that's 20 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Andrew Kratzmann is there, not out 7, and Tony Clark is on 2. England will be rotating their players for the 2 Ashes games, won't they, Bob? So
I think we'll wait. We've kind of picked the side for Tuesday, but obviously that might change a little bit with 1 or 2 not 100%. Nasir Ahmed was due to play today, has dropped out, and Jonathan Wildman's taken his place, so they might just swap over if Nasir's back for the game on Tuesday.
So Kratzmann to face, but to continue. Really well bowled by Butt here, and he's gone back on the back foot there. Kratzmann, no run to the point region. Chuan Haji is the fielder there. Butt's figures so far, 4.1 overs, 3 for 8. little bit quicker and nicely played by Kratzmann. No run, but he picked the length well, picked the pace well. I feel that we've got a lot of background noise. We've even got the generator that has now come into play. It's all good fun.
Got a few power cuts in Colombo.
And that's gone through the third man region, but KD there, good pick up there with his left hand.
I was on an elevator yesterday when it power shot off and then he fell down the elevator. It just literally stopped.
Oh,
I was going down. Luckily I was touching the rail.
but coming in. That's a big shout for LBW there, and he's been given out, LBW. So Australia lose their fourth wicket with a score on 20. LBW, Butt takes his fourth wicket, and it's the very dangerous Andrew Kratzmann that he's got out, LBW. So Butt is on fire, and we were saying earlier, Bob, this is opening with a spinner.
Yeah.
Interesting what the results have proven to be.
There was a talk we were going to do it on Thursday in the semi-final. We didn't. This is probably proving that was a mistake.
Benefit of hindsight, probably, but yeah. So they're going to take a short drinks break here, the England fielders. So 4 wickets down, Australia, in this first Ashes for 20. So wow, what a turn up for the books here. And the new incoming batsman is going to be Anthony Barranca from Perth.
He scored a few runs against us in the past, if I remember rightly.
Yes, he did. He had a good innings against England at Mill Lane, Broxbourne.
Yeah.
Played very well. Left-handed bat, very tidy, and just having a chat there with Tony Clark.
Yeah, Australia, it's the second person who's gone back to a ball that probably they should be coming forward to, I think, and paid the price. Looked pretty plumb, that one.
Well, I think this is the third time that Australia have played at this ground, so...
Yeah, they should know better.
Yeah. So 4 wickets down, Australia for 20. And Tony Clark's on 2.
Which one is noisy?
And it's a first Ashes game between these two nations. The other game is on Tuesday, and it's proving to be quite an epic duel between these two. England look as though they're going to bring in the man on the short. Not quite sure where. It's Giles Eccleston, where he's going to position himself. Short extra. David Snellgrove just on his left shoulder there. Jason Whittaker. Now he's going to go into short leg. Jason Whittaker is at the leg slip region, and KD is in the slip.
Thank you very much.
Tuan Haji is the man who's just going to patrol the boundary on the leg side as Butt comes in. And it's a big shout there for an LBW, but see, that kept a little bit low. So Australia have got to get forward here. But then that's what Giles Eccleston's banking on. He's banking on the bat pad. Butt is on a roll here. And that can't have missed by much because the hands have gone on the head of Butt. But that's the end of the over. 20 for 4. Good maiden that from Zulfi Butt, who has been a standout performer for England in this IMC over 50s World Cup. This is the 3rd and 4th place playoff between England and Australia. Sean Cooper's the man who's going to be bowling with his right arm medium pace coming in from the commentary end. England just sorting out the field there. 4 wickets to Butt in his opening spell, and I fully expect him to carry on. He may even get a few more wickets if he continues bowling as he is. Ten overs gone, and the run rate is a very meagre 2. Cooper coming in. Tony Clark is there, pushes forward. Still a long way to go for England here, and obviously a rebuilding exercise for Australia, and they're very capable of doing it. Never rule out anything in cricket, and
Still got some batting to come.
lots of batting.
Cooper's doing his bit here by keeping it pretty tight at one end, and Butts getting all the wickets at the other end.
Yes, which is a good partnership, a bowling partnership, isn't it? It's what you want. May not have the pace of yesteryear, Sean Cooper, but he's got lots of variation and metronomic in his line and length. Big heart on this young man. 57 now? 57, 58, Sean.
58,
So
I think he's 58 next month.
he's been with England since right from the start. That first World Cup in 2018 in Australia. That's a lovely shot from Tony Clark for no runs there. Roy Smith, who's at extra cover there, just picks up. He's been an absolute legend, hasn't he, for England in both sorting out the warm-ups, sorting out the training sessions, and now he's putting it all into practice.
Yes, he was obviously in the mix for selection for the semi-final, and they decided to go basic with another batter, really.
Goes back, so Clark just watchful there.
The bounce there for Cooper.
I do like Tony Clark as a person and a player. He's very mature in his outlook, not flustered. I expect we'll see him hunker down and play some really good cricket shots. He'll take that captain's role, as he always does, very seriously. That's nicely played. No run there, but maybe just misjudging the pace of the ball there. It's not gone through the infield. It's quite slow on the inner sort of 30-yard zone, because they water the wicket, don't they?
Yeah.
They water it, and it was quite wet when we arrived, so they've obviously had have the sprinklers on every night after the game, cover the wicket so that it stays dry, but then they water all the outfield, so it's that quite lush green.
Yeah, that's why we have been tending to field first, because there is a bit in it early on. Although Australia decided to bat today.
That's a nice tucked off the leg side. Giles Eccleston is there, but Barranca easily through there for a single. Yeah, do you think there's moisture under the covers?
Maybe a little bit. It is a little bit damp. It's not damp compared with most English conditions. but,
No.
But there is a little bit in it, I think, and that's proved the case this morning. So we've got a drinks break after 11 overs. Australia 21 for 4. We'll have a quick break and be back.
Okay, welcome back. And let's just give you a little bit of a rundown of where we are on the bowling from England, which has been extraordinary in this opening 11 overs. Probably the most pulsating 11 overs that I've seen in this World Cup with England. Australia, 21 for the loss of 4 wickets. Butt has taken, in his 5 overs, he's taken 4 wickets for 8 with 2 maidens. Cooper has been equally successful. No wickets, but only 13 runs off his 6 overs and no maidens. So what a pair these two have proved to be for England. Wonderful bowling against the Australian batting, which is top class. Welcome back, Bob.
Yeah, it's a great start for England. Just got to let Pakistan off the hook a little bit, having had them 5 down for 70. Now we've got Australia 20 for 4. We keep the pressure on, keep taking wickets. Because if people get in on these wickets, and the wicket gets a bit better, a bit drier, it's easier to bat on.
It's played on the leg side. Could be a run out there to the non-striker's end, but Clark quickly through. So good running there from Barranca. Just took on the arm of Warman, and Clark came off favourite there. So this is Butt's 6th over. Superb start to this first Ashes fixture. Barranca nicely forward there. Just letting the ball come onto the bat.
In the game between India and Wales, decided to finish as 5th and 6th, as India got off to a bit of a flyer, 67 for none.
Nicely played on the onside. No run there for Barranca.
Pakir Dungari, who plays in England, is getting more runs. He's got quite a lot of runs on this trip. He's 27 not out in that game.
He's had a very good World Cup, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Top of the batting he was at one stage. No run there for Barranca. Looks a very solid player. Give a little shout out to the wives and girlfriends of England, some of the England players on tour. Michelle, Demi, Helen and Rebecca. Hope you're listening and enjoying the coverage as the Barranca comes down the track and it misses everything. I think it just catches Charlie Knightley, but it ballooned up in the air, so he wasn't able to take that. Would have been a certain stumping or run out, perhaps. He was that far down the track.
The USA are playing New Zealand. That's 67 for naught also in their game.
Butt coming in. And nicely back there by Barranca, just very watchful. That's the end of the over. So a maiden there for Butt. Sorry, it was 1. There was 1 off the over, wasn't there? That little shot on the leg side there from Clark.
22 for 4 off 12. Off 11, sorry, I beg your pardon. No, 12, it is 12, yes. It's 12 now. I haven't got it up on the score sheet, on the scoreboard yet.
Going to have a change of bowling. It looks like Tuan Haji is coming on. I saw the little pat on the shoulder from Snellgrove to Cooper just before the drinks break, and I thought there might be a change there. So a little bit surprised about that, because I thought he was in a good rhythm with Zulfi Butt, but obviously David Snellgrove's a very wise skipper. He's just marshalling his troops. Still very warm out though. We forget where we are.
Yes, it's, although it has, as we said earlier, a bit of cloud cover. And Michelle's just sent me a message saying that thank you for the mention, but they are actually here now. So if you're listening, if either of you or any of you want to come up and do 5 or 10 overs of commentary and tell us about your experience of Sri Lanka, you're more than welcome.
So it's going to be Tuan Haji. He's coming with his left arm orthodox spin like Zulfi Butt. Should be coming in between the umpire and the stumps. field gets set.
Yeah, I think it's quite a good move to try another spinner. I think Butt's getting a bit of purchase out of the wicket, and let's see what Hadji does. Would have been tempting, I guess, to bowl another seamer because Sean bowled really well from that end, and then was a little bit in it for him. But I think it's worth having a look at another left-arm spinner early in the proceedings.
One there to Clark, just turn it round the corner.
So they allowed 3 men out if they wish. They're obviously not going to have all those men out, but they've got a deep square.
Hadji's going to come over, by the looks of things, to the left-handed Barranca.
5 men on the leg side.
A little bit flatter there, just down the leg side there, just losing his lines wide. So another one to the total. Just will take a little bit of time for Hadji to get into his stride and his rhythm. Nice flight there. No run. Looks as though that's swept for no run, and no real dramas there for the England fielder. Hadji's comes on. Looks as though that may have come out from the back of the hand. He's got a little bit of variation in his bowling, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So he likes to keep the batsman guessing. Bowls at a little bit of a slower pace than Butt. It's a little bit quicker.
That one.
As a slightly smaller guy, tends to probably skid it through a little bit more rather than getting that F&G, as we call it, the flight and guile. It's a little bit shortened, just played on the onside. No run there. And it's a good over from Hadji, his first over of this Ashes game. Australia 24 for 4. I know that sounds unlikely, 4 wickets down, but that is the current state of play here at the moment. England.
So we've got a double change of bowling.
Yeah.
That's being saved for later. And Luke Jarvis, who bowled very well in the semi-final. But unfortunate that he bowled a no ball in his last ball of his spell, and the free hit went for 6. Other than his figures would have been 9 overs for 26 wickets as well. So I expect Billy his wife will be listening in. Good morning to you if you are, and I hope your recovery is going well. The old man is coming on to bowl.
You refer to him as the old man. Why do you refer to him as the old man?
What's his her old man?
He's quite a young man.
He is actually, yeah.
Likes his gin and tonic, Billy. Right. Jarvis to come in for his first ball. Coming in between the umpire. Umpire's standing quite a long way away, so he's obviously very, very keen not to see if there's a no ball there, but driven by Clark. Still haven't seen Tony Daly yet. I saw him. Is he playing today? I'm not sure he is playing actually. I'm looking at the team sheet, and no, he's not playing today. He's another very good. That's a lovely shot over the inner ring, over the mid-wicket boundary. Superb shot. Pick that up and whip Jarvis over towards the net region. So a nice 4 runs there for Clark. Australia is still keeping a very positive intent here, which they've got to do. Can't go back into their shell. Just look to play the good balls back and put away the shorter balls. It's
better from Jarvis. on off stump.
Nicely forward by Clark there, the skipper. Jarvis, in his younger days, played a bit of cricket in Australia. We were having a chat about that last night. Very talented sportsman, and that's well bowled. That's a super response as well from Clark. Head over the ball. .28 for 4 is the score here. Real rebuilding phase here for Australia. They seem to be making a really good job of it so far. Spade on the onside, quickly in there. It could be there's a misfield there. So sadly, one more to the total for Australia, or fortunately for them, due to that misfield. It's as though he might have split his finger, that Zulfi Butt. Pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, so just maybe bobbled on the ground a little bit there as he came in to try and run that out.
I think it was just a misfield.
I like to give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I should be an umpire, not a voluntary commentator. Right, it's going to be Haji to continue. Left arm around the wicket.
England still keeping most of their fielders in the circle, trying to keep the Australians down. Just one man out at deep square.
Yes, that's absolutely correct there, Bob. And see a few of the Australian team maybe not playing, just having a walk round the boundary as well. Just getting to see what the bowlers are doing. A bit fuller there, that's nicely driven. Good piece of fielding there. Zulfi Butt, who's the man at mid-off there, got down low to his right. Haji to continue. A bit shorter there, just you can see a little bit of slow turn there. Tony Clark just going back there. 29 for 4 the score for Australia. Rebuilding phase here by Tony Clark and Anthony Barranca. That's well bowled.
Quicker there from Haji. Just changing his pace a little bit, which is good.
And it's come down the track, and a good piece of fielding by Hadge off his own bowling. Saved runs there. I don't think Zulfi Butt would have got through to that, or round to that. So a little bit of stalemate here between bowler and batsman. No run there. That's the end of a very good over from Hadge. The score is 29 for 4. So far, he's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 2 runs. Right, that's the end of the first power play, and England can, if they want, put an extra fielder outside the 30-yard ring. I don't think they'll be doing that just for the time being. Keep the fielders in close. So 15 overs gone, 29 for 4. England putting pressure. They can't let Australia get away. Luke Jarvis coming back on with his left arm around, left arm over. He's coming, and that's nicely played by Barranca. Just coming down the track, plays that on the onside. Just good use of the feet there. There's no man out at the deep mid wicket region for England, so there is a shot there over the inner ring. Comes back and just tickles that down to Jonathan Wildman, who is the fielder at the point, or just behind point region. Oh, that's just reared up a little bit on Barranca there. He's just having a quick look at the track. But it was a good ball from Jarvis. Didn't see any demons there in the pitch. Just didn't get a hold of it. How are we doing in some of the other? How are we doing in some of the other games? A little bit short there. Hit the pad. That was completely out of the possibility of being hit as Knightley took the catch. On the back foot there. Oh, that's a super piece of fielding there from Cooper. Dives to his right. Wonderful piece of fielding there from the tall man. Right, that's the end of the over. 30 for the loss of 4 wickets are Australia. Well, just welcome back there. A little bit of a slow pace to the game at the moment. Haji resumes. Nicely played there by Barranca, just using his feet. Good battle between these two, bowler and batsman. Wickets must be kept by Australia here. It's just played on the offside, no run there. Sean Cooper doing the patrolling. England right on it today. Nice conditions here in Colombo at the Nondescripts Cricket Club. Colombo 7. That's just gone down the leg side. Just looks as though it may have come off the pad. Just waiting for the umpire's call there, and he's just signalling there. So one more to the total, leg by. Takes the score on to 31. And we're going to have a special guest for you at around about 20 overs. Paul Coffey, who's just arrived in Colombo from the 40 Club, is going to be talking about the 40 Club and commentating on the game with Bob Baxter. So look forward to that. Haji comes round the wicket, just played on the onside. Luke Jarvis is chasing, should be 2 there, which there is. So Tony Clark, it's 2 more to the Australian score, and that pushes the Australians on to 32. That's a lovely shot on the offside there, just cut through by Clark. So Hadji concedes a 4 there off his last ball of the over. He's very unhappy about that, and rightly so. A little bit flatter there, but sweetly onto it by Clark, and the score moves on to 36. Sorry, 37, apologies. 17 overs gone to date, so good start by England. Australia 37 for 4. The loss of Steve Mace, Ashley Hardy, Andrew Kratzmann and Andrew Sharp. So with 4 top order batsmen having perished early, there's a big rebuilding phase here for these 2 batsmen, Anthony Barranca and Tony Clark, the captain for Australia. That's a good hit from Barranca. That's over the mid-wicket region. That's going to be 4 runs. So another 4 to the total. It's good hitting there from Barranca. Got down on one leg and put it over the inner ring. So good thinking there from Barranca. He was always looking for that, but he just needed the ball, which was duly obliged by Jarvis there. He'll be looking to come back strong there. And England have already put a man out there. Giles Eccleston has moved into the deep mid-wicket region, just 5 in from the boundary. He uses his feet there, Barranca. It's good cricket there from him, and a nice reply from Luke Jarvis. And that's run down to the 3rd man region. It's going to be 4 runs. So another 4 runs to the total there for Australia. Score moves on to 45 for 4. So gradually by Australia here. Great fight back from the skipper Tony Clark and Anthony Barranca. Good left and right handed combination here. I have seen both of these batsmen open the innings previously. I think when they came to England in 2024 at Broxbourne. Nicely played there by Barranca. Solid. Yeah, they had a good partnership there. Formed a very good understanding of running between the wickets. A little bit fuller there from Giles. Just a single there, nicely taken by Barranca. Zulfi Butt not looking to come and meet the ball there, just waiting for the ball to come to him. So an easy single, 1 more to the total, 46, as Australia get closer to that 50 mark, that milestone that they're looking for, without the loss of any more wickets. Jarvis comes round the wicket, little hot skip, and that's just gone past the outside edge. That's a lovely reply there from Luke Jarvis. A little bit of cat and mouse here at the end of that over. So that is 46 for 4. Some drinks coming on, and we'll take a short break. Okay, welcome back. And the score is 46 for 4. Australia fighting a little bit of a rearguard action here, but doing it very well. And I'm delighted to be joined on the mic by Paul Coffey from the 40 Club, who's only flown in yesterday, so he's just getting acclimatised. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you very much. This is a little bit different. In Glasgow on Tuesday we had a snow and ice warning. This is different. Very nice.
Yes, it takes a little bit of getting used to the heat. I don't think you ever get used to the humidity, I'm afraid. As Haji's coming in and looking for the single there. England have got to be alert to that, these two. Very quick between the wickets, got a great understanding. So, Sri Lanka, 40 Club,
Yep.
And also we were just having a quick chat off air as Haji comes in. Nicely cut on the offside. It's going to be 4 runs. So another boundary, and that brings up the 50 for Australia for the loss of 4 wickets. So, 40 Club, Scotland Seniors,
Yep.
And you're involved with Scotland Seniors. Could you tell us a little bit about the journey and what's been the catalyst to get Scotland Seniors started?
Interesting one, yes. So I was on a 40 Club tour to Dubai about 4 years ago, where I played with a guy called John Courtney, and subsequent to that John contacted me to...
As Jarvis comes through, can't stop the single there. Nicely backed up by KD there. Just the 1 run to the total there.
So at the time the first over 60s World Cup was coming along, and because of scheduling problems, England weren't ever able to take part. So they were forming a rest of the world team. John messaged me, said, is there anybody in Scotland over 60 probably good enough? The only person I could think of was a guy called Jerry Smith, who had retired and settled in Scotland. So Jerry was previously Berkshire over 50 skipper.
Okay.
And it turns out, in a, again, strange cricket network thing, I'm over here because your scorer streamer today is Chris Mays. Chris and I used to play with each other way back in the 80s at Finchley.
Yep.
And Jerry
Know it
Smith
well.
and I played against each other way back in the 80s.
Yes.
So Jerry got into that, went to Brisbane, had a really good time, and then when the next one came along in Chennai, I had already been on another tour to South Africa, to Joburg, for the Africa Cup, which had the rest of the world over 60s, Zimbabwe and South Africa. So Zimbabwe and South Africa were using that as a warm-up for the over 60s in Chennai.
Yes.
And we had 7 Scottish guys went to play for the rest of the world team in Chennai. 2 couldn't go for visa problems.
Okay.
And that has kind of thrown a bit of petrol on the fire, so to speak. So
Wonderful.
I had been in touch with Sterling about the IMC, and Chris and I separately have been talking about...
Oh, that ball's gone up in the air. David Snellgrove is the man there. Should be held, and it is. So Tony Clark, the Australian captain, puts that up. Didn't get a lot on the ball there, and it's nicely taken by David Snellgrove as he's running backwards over his left-hand shoulder, back slightly to the ball, and that's a wicket there for Hadj, as he's known. So the 5th wicket falls. 51 is the score. Interesting game that's developing here, Paul.
I was just looking through some of the other scores. Australia not the only team that are 4 down at the moment. I suspect some of it might be just given that this is the playoff. Yeah. I mean, you've got to kind of think about what the IMC is about. It's keeping people involved in cricket and getting the opportunity to play in a World Cup, but it's also a holiday in the sun when you think about it.
Yes.
Particularly
Yes,
as you go up the age ranges.
Yeah.
So the opportunity for the guys to represent the country is fantastic, but we still have to recognise that in 35-degree heat, it's 14 teams of guys over the age of 50.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
So
Yep. Absolutely.
and the interesting thing there is about squad size is the bigger the squad, the better prepared you can be. But again, it's some part of it is a holiday. Do you really want to pay out that money, take that time off work, for maybe 2 games?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of the challenges for the management is getting everyone involved, rotating the players. And I think Australia, just picking up on your point there, have done that for this World Cup. They've rotated a lot of the players.
Yeah.
The downside of that is you don't get the practice in the middle that you need.
Yeah.
And these conditions, as you're starting a tour, I believe, are you?
Next
At the 40
Wednesday,
Club?
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So actual time in the middle, and because of some of the varying quality of the sides that are here, you could have 2 or 3 batsmen who dominate and others are not getting a bat. So yeah, there's lots of pros and cons, I think, from a fitness perspective. But sometimes smaller squads can be better if you can stay injury free. So there's that risk and reward.
We have a perennial problem with 40 Club tours because ostensibly everybody's over the age of 40. We've got a couple of guys late 60s, so it's basically 2 weeks in the sun with some cricket. Okay, that is really is just winter sun. But at the same time, you know, if you're coming along and you're paying the money, and we're playing 8 fixtures as we are, everybody gets asked, what do you want out of the tour? You know, so when I came on the tours, I would say I just want to play one game.
Yes.
Because I'm going to be doing some umpiring, I'm going to do the scoring and the streaming. You know, I've had a lot of cricket in my past. I'm quite happy to sit here and watch it.
Yeah, of course.
But others will turn up and say, I want to play all 8. You know, and others will say, I just want to do 4. And then, of course, the other thing is that as soon as the rubber hits the road, you have your first game, 2 guys pull hammies, everything's gone.
Yes, sorry, I got slightly sidetracked there. I was just looking at the new incoming batsman there, but it's a fascinating conversation actually, because I think where the divide is between the social tour and representing your country, and so we'll have a chat about Scotland seniors, because that's something in the introduction to the IMC I'm interested in, along with Ireland, also, who England played last year, and I went to Ireland, played at Pembroke Cricket Club, beautiful, nice setup there, and really well. We were hosted right royally by the Irish, who have got the makings of a really good side there. It's just going to take time and money. Yes. So right, back to the cricket, and we'll just develop that discussion a little bit more. 51 for 5. Australia in all sorts of strife here as KD comes in to bowl with his right arm medium pace. And it's a wicket, so that's the 6th wicket that's down, caught by Charlie Knightley with KD's first ball. So 2 batsmen have perished, and that's a big wicket for England to get there. Anthony Barranca is the man that's got to go. So pats on the back for the England bowler there, KD, as really Australia are struggling here. 51 for 6 as drinks come out. 1 brings 2 is the old saying.
It does. Didn't you have a game earlier in the tour where he pushed one down the leg side for a wide on a hat-trick ball?
I think yes. It may. Well, the first game, Sean Cooper was on a hat-trick ball. He was bowling, and it went onto the pad. That was in against Sri Lanka at the Pisara Oval. But you're right. I'm trying to remember the specifics of that game.
I messaged Chris.
My memory, I'm afraid, is.
It was jug avoidance, definitely. I looked at it. I said,
it did look jug avoidance. I think that's what we were saying to Sean. Actually, he pushed it down the leg side. So that's the one I can remember. So Scotland seniors, while the players are just getting themselves settled.
Okay.
So you look as though you've got a structure there that's been formed very quickly and very well.
The quick path through it. So, 40 Club have got a number of different regions. Scotland is by far the biggest geographical playing region. So we've got 150, 160 members. We play about 75 games a season, which is vastly more than any other region. So we already had a captive market, and last year we celebrated our 50th year.
It's gone down. Sorry, one run there off the batsman. I think that's Damien Meek who's the batsman there. Sorry, I cut across you.
No problem. So the thing is that structure has been there for about 50 years.
Oh, okay.
So what we did through that kind of link up with John and the rest of the world, Jerry going to play and me doing some scoring for them, was got in touch with Chris, who's an old playing colleague, and we also played against Wales in the inter-district final for the 40 Club, and Wales, as you know, are quite well developed. And the idea, we kind of looked at it, but why don't we do this? So a few of us got together and in a rare moment of clear-headedness that you get for old guys, actually came up with a bit of a structure and an idea, and everybody agreed, and we just got on with it.
Great.
So where we are at the moment, we have an active over 60s, which has played regularly against England and Lions and Wales, and we've also played Australia. They are looking forward to, if we get membership, to go to the over 60s World Cup in Canada 2026.
Nicely driven there. No run there. Giles Eccleston quickly fielding that. Throws in right-handed. Canada 2026 for the over 60s World Cup.
So the next area which is more developed is the over 40s. So that's captained by Sean Coetzer, who's the older brother of Kyle Coetzer. So Kyle's played a little bit of over 40 club, and he's going to take part in the over 40s. Problem with him really is he's still a professional coach, so it's whenever he can get some time. But we have managed to identify and speak to a number of guys who've actually played in a real World Cup for Scotland, who are in the 40s. A couple of boys who played kind of regional Scotland A stuff, who literally turned 40 over the winter. We had a triple crown with England, Wales and Ireland at Newport back in August. We're having that again for the over 40s in Stirling this year at the end of July. So that's established that over 40s triple crown, so we're going to keep that going. Over 50s, I've got 2-3 games already slotted in for this season. We've got a lot of guys in their 50s, we just haven't really activated that over 50s thing. But what we wanted to do with over 40s, the triple crown, was just get it done. We did a really well organised by the Welsh, Gary and James. They put it together at Newport. We're going to start to build on that. The curious thing is that when we start to think about IMC and the distances involved, is that one of the advantages that we have, again speaking with Chris and James and Greg at Ireland, is that geographically we're so close. So we're trying to kind of reach out into the kind of Holland, Belgium, Spain area as well. So we have the ability to organise these small international tournaments, which are played to IMC regs, but they're not under the IMC banner. If you see what I mean.
I do. As Hadji continues with his left arm, Meek just plays that on the offside. That's a lovely shot. So that's going to be 4 more runs. Very difficult to pick up the pink ball actually on the grass.
That was quite quick across the outfield.
Yes, it was a beautiful shot. So the score moves on. 56 for the loss of 6 wickets. A very good player, Damien Meek. Scored quite a few runs for Australia. So a little bit loose there from Hadji, just pushing that ball up into the driving zone of Meek. As he comes in and he looks to make amends. There's cut, but went past the outside edge there. Knightley smartly onto that. Yes, so those emerging nations, it's good to look to develop those, not only the cricket in those countries, but yours as well in those competitions. As Hadji comes in, I'm sure Bob, who's going to come on in a couple of overs, will be very keen to also find out. Bob Baxter, do you know from previously playing against him?
I think I might have done, Just saying to Chris, they've just actually been here today, and I was the one walking around with the very lurid blazer on. I bumped into a couple of people from England and a couple of people from Australia, and just in conversation, I knew them all through one connection.
It's amazing, yes.
It just happens.
No, that's good. That's what it's all about. Whilst it's England seniors and it's the national, it is players who've come through playing club cricket. We've all come through at various clubs. You played at Finchley, I think you were saying, with Chris.
A couple of years in the late 80s,
Late 80s.
David English, Mike Milton.
Yes, big names.
Good
Mike
players.
Milton. Yeah, very good players. Chris and I did a little tour yesterday down to the Pinnawala, the elephant orphanage, and we were having a little bit of a reminiscence down the old lanes. That's on the onside. That looks as though it's going to run hard to the boundary. So 4 more runs to the total. So Damien Meek starting to hit out here. Yeah, it's interesting. I used to play for Bromley.
Did you?
Cricket Club. Yes, in the.
Sure, if we had a look at this, I probably played against you.
We did actually play against Finchley. I think it was more in the Evening Standard. We always got drawn against Teddington, who were like an incredible side. Brad McNamara.
So Willie Donald from Scotland. Used to play
incredible side they were.
Willie sadly passed away last year. He was
that's sad to hear.
He was a great man for the 40 Club as well.
Okay. So we'll find out a little bit about your tour as well. Whilst KD comes in, just a little bit of a change in the field there. Whittaker's just gone back. So quite easily played there. So it's all change here in the batting for Australia. 60 for 6. They're under the pump here a little bit as KD comes in with his right arm medium pace. On the back foot, it's gone past the slip, but Tuan Haji has picked that up and easily thrown that in. Not with a great deal of force, but it made its way to Knightley. Snellgrove, the skipper, just keeps the troops on their toes. KD plays his cricket at Richmond, and that's gone down the leg side. It's just trickled down there. So there's a few guys from the Middlesex area here, clubs that you'll know. Haji, who you'll know. Nasir Ahmed, who represents Middlesex in the over 50s. He's unwell today, so he's not playing. And obviously you'll know Giles Eccleston very well, no doubt by name.
Yes.
Maybe not. Plays at is played all his cricket in Essex and plays for Essex over 50s. Nicely forward there. No runs.
Be interesting to see what the guys think about the conditions here, because one of the things we find a little bit strange, I found when I've played cricket across the UK, is the further north you go, the greener the wetter it gets, and the further south you go, the pitches tend to get a bit flatter, a bit easier to bat on. And it's interesting when we get teams coming up from down south, or what we would call down south.
Yes.
They tend to struggle, obviously, and then our guys struggle as well when they go down south as well, because they don't, the pitch is a little bit harder, a little bit flatter.
Yes.
And there's more trust you can put in the pitch. But where we kind of tend to have more fun up our way is that we know when to trust the pitch and when not to.
Yeah.
And we have a certain interesting thing in Scotland, particularly when we get young Australians, Kiwis, South Africans coming off hard club decks, maybe some rep cricket in middle of April, and there's always an extra cover, two extra covers in the mid-off, and they all look at it and say, right, I'm just going to bounce this over the top, and they get caught third ball. It doesn't matter how many times there's an old guy in the club has said, play it late, play it under your eyes, and no, I'll be fine. Bang, they get caught, and it takes them all 3-4 weeks.
Just to settle in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Right. We're going to have a drinks break here. That must be 22 overs. I'm just looking around for Bob Baxter to come and relieve me here. But fascinating about tour. So you're obviously a big tourist.
Yes.
I don't mean that stature-wise, but in terms of played a lot of cricket, and you love touring, like myself. Try and still play a few games on tour.
Yeah.
But I do love everything that goes about, whether it's the organising of the tour, but getting younger players to come forward. What numbers have you got for your tour over here, and where are you playing? What's the itinerary, Paul?
So typical tour will be 2 weeks, 8 games, 16 people.
Okay.
Occasionally one or two more. Because the 40 Club is so well known, we've got people who, there's a couple of guys who will play for the 40 Club over here who play in the UK, but they're also, they're Sri Lankan natives, so they come here for the winter.
Yeah.
Try and bring a couple of young players if we can. Basically, we need some idiots out there to cover both sides of the field. Fielding can be a bit interesting. Standards-wise, everybody's played Prem cricket, a bit of rep cricket, so it's pretty good, but it's just in slow motion, to tell the truth. Where the tours came from, literally just winter sun. It used to be that we would go to Dubai before Christmas, which was a bit of winter sun.
Yes.
And then the big tours, we would call it, would be January, February, and that was South Africa or Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
I think we also went to Gabon once, which was interesting. So we've been quite ambitious this year. We were in Cape Town in November. There was a small week-long tour in Dubai, and we've now got this one in Sri Lanka. I've come out a little bit earlier just to catch the last weekend of the over 50s, to catch up with Chris as well. So the standards that we have, so we're obviously, this kind of goes back to the Scotland setup, is that for us 40 Club is social cricket, it's outreach cricket, it's about playing against schools, playing against villages, giving people the opportunity. So one of the things we did in Scotland was, as the ladies' cricket was forming up, as we played against a lot of the ladies' teams, just basically because there weren't enough people to give them a game.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But in the IMC stuff, we're concentrating on being competitive. When we're on a tour, you like to be competitive, but it's a holiday with some cricket attached.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
One of the big problems I see, particularly with people, and I've played cricket in 16 different countries, right? One of the big problems I see is that we have people, I say specifically about 40 club, but if you play cricket in England and you go to Sri Lanka and you bat first in 40 overs and you score 200, and you think that's okay,
yes,
they will knock off in 20 overs.
Yes,
because they know what to do.
They go hard at it.
240 overs is fine if you're playing, in the home counties, but over here it's a 300, 350.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've got to look at it through the eyes of a home player,
Yeah.
And I think we've got a tendency a little bit to sometimes play the ball on the deck too much,
Sure.
And if you keep hitting it to fielders, it looks good. It looks good on the video, right? But that scoreboard doesn't take over.
No. Right, I'm going to have a break. Thank you for that, Paul. It's been wonderful. You stay here. Bob Baxter's going to join Paul, and no, you stay there, and I'll it's Jason Whitaker who's coming on to bowl.
And here we go again. Whitaker replacing Hadji. Australia 62 for 6. 23rd over. The dot ball. Good morning, Roger. I see you up and about nice and early as usual. If you're listening in, give me a quick thumbs up on the WhatsApp. Through to keeper Knightley. Good ball from Whitaker. So you got in yesterday, did I hear?
Landed yesterday morning, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. And how long are you here for?
Here until I leave 2 weeks.
Oh, nice.
Time, yeah. So the tour starts on Wednesday, and we've got 8 games, and then head back, I think, Sunday the 9th. Overnight. To me, this is quite a short trip. I used to do a lot of work in Australia, New Zealand. So come to Sri Lanka, it's only 11 hours as opposed to the longer trips.
Yeah. Yes, we've been here nearly 2.5 weeks. It's just flown by. I mean, it's incredible that I've been here away for that long.
It's a wonderful country.
Absolutely.
Really, really
I've been
nice.
here twice before, so luckily, and great country. Good start from Whitaker.
The first time I came here a couple of years ago, in their wisdom they decided that what we would do is we'd have a week in Kandy and then a week in Colombo, on the basis that it's cooler in Kandy.
Right.
And it was only 29 degrees, which is cooler than the 40 degrees it was in Colombo. Thing was, when I left Glasgow, it was 4 degrees, so it didn't matter where I was going, it was going to be hot anyway. So.
Yeah, when we left London in 2.5 weeks ago, it was 1 degree.
Yes.
As I think we keep saying, it's not necessarily the heat. It's 30, 31, I guess, today, without looking it up, but it's the humidity, really, isn't it, that gets to you. And you get back to the hotel with all intentions of going out and going to a bar or somewhere. You get back to the hotel and you think, oh, well, I'll just sit here, I think.
Sit here, yes.
And we got to the bar at 6:10 last night, all intention of going to a bar in a tuk-tuk ride, and we left the same bar at 12:10, so...
I have to say, all cricketers are very, very predictable, right? If you
Yes.
put them in a bar with air conditioning and beer, that's it.
Yeah,
Best intentions are gone. I'm quite fortunate that I've going to travel around the world quite a lot through work and through coming from an army family, and I've lived in Malaya, I've spent time in Singapore, Hong Kong, Western Samoa and the Cook Islands, and these are all places that have got heat, but it's, as you say, it's the humidity, it's the killer.
yeah.
When you're sitting at 90%.
3 runs to Meek there. Actually, that was 3 to Giddings, not Meek. Got that wrong. Katie half shout for an LB, but it's well going down the leg side. So 65 the total, 24th over. Morning to Gareth, we're up early as well, watching the cricket. Shittish Desai comes in, another cover drive, straight to Eccleston, no run.
We're about to talk about Zulf. A lot of playing has to be given to Sean Cooper as well. While he was not able to do the wickets, he suddenly his partner from the other end very well.
Wide ball, down the leg side. England must be wary that they let Pakistan off the hook in the semi on Thursday. Mustn't do the same again now they've got Australia 6 down.
Magnificent cover drive again. You can see that width there that Damien loves to get hold of that cover drive.
4 runs to Meek, nice cover drive. Slightly over pitched, a little bit wide from Shittish Desai and put away. So up total goes to 70. Interesting what they do with Zulf's last 3 overs when they're going to bowl him. Bowled superbly this morning, picking up 4 wickets early on. Cooper backed him up well by bowling a lot of dot balls. So end of the 24th over, 70 for 6. So in the other games, USA playing New Zealand. USA got beaten by Wales by 10 wickets on Thursday, 110 for 2. Canada are playing the UAE, 106 for 4. Namibia are 73 for 4 against Zimbabwe. South Africa going pretty well, 136 for 3. And India 124 for 2 against Wales. The scores from the other parts of Colombo. 6 games going on today. Whittaker to continue. Pushed on the leg side. Eccleston Fields. Bowling from Whittaker again, keeping them quiet. Dot ball. So England got 5 in the circle, and the 4 there are allowed out. One deep extra, deep cover, third man, fine leg, and square leg. Men on the boundary. So when did you say your first game was?
First game's on Wednesday.
Wednesday. Excellent.
We're staying down at the Mount Lavinia Hotel, which on our previous trip, we had two players, father and son, the Vogelars, came from Holland, managed to get COVID when they were here.
Oh, right.
Had to sit out the last game, which was at Mercantile, which was just
over the road.
from us.
Yeah.
And they then had to quarantine in Mount Lavinia Hotel for 2 weeks before they were allowed to go home. So when we raised the idea of a tour, somebody stupidly went to them and said, "Would you like to come to Sri Lanka and stay in the Mount Lavinia Hotel?" It was a very short no. Got back. Yeah. So all of the games that we're playing, given the nature of the 40 club, obviously we're a little bit older. It's obviously amateur cricket, it's fun cricket. You know, we try and kind of take it, play the game properly, but you know, we're not here to. The sole purpose of being here is to have a winning tour.
Right.
We're fortunate here that the people who look after us are also very good at organising the opposition. So in many cases we're playing a masters team, so they're going to be players over the age of 40, 50. And they've kind of got the memo about what we want to do. We want to play a bit of cricket and have some fun.
Right.
We've had instances in the past, because we do at least two tours a year. We've had one game recently in South Africa when one club obviously didn't pick up on what it was we wanted, and I think it was 4 players who were state under 17 players.
Right.
We had a couple of guys who played what we could say county cricket, and they were clearly much better than we were going to be. So we just said to them, "Let's go and bat. You know, you will put up a huge total. We will not be able to chase it, but we'll do a deal. Let's play a variation of draw cricket."
Just to interrupt you, just a wicket, another 7th wicket fallen to Sai, and gets him to nick one behind. And Knightley, another good catch from Knightley. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, so we had to hurriedly come to an arrangement where what we did was we played a kind of form of draw cricket, old-fashioned cricket. So we were never going to get anywhere near their total, but we said to them, in order to win, you've got to get us out.
Right, okay, got you.
And the good thing was a couple of older guys in the team were quite up for it. They said, "That's a challenge, yeah, we have to get you out." And it's one of the interesting things, and you, like myself and many of the people here, when we started cricket, there was a lot of draw cricket around.
Yeah.
You know, and
So we in Middlesex League we still play 9. We play 18 league games, and 9 of them are time games still. So we 9
how does
and
that
50.
work? Is that good? Does it work out all
Yeah,
right?
it works really well. I think. I mean, maybe some of the young lads think it should be all overs cricket, but we play 9 50 over games in the middle, and we play when this is the Premier League, and the 9 5 at the start are all day and 4 at the end. Okay. So we still play. There's still a chance of a draw. So
it's 100 over again?
120.
120? Okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of leagues some leagues have all gone all overs, but there's ourselves, Surrey, and 1 or 2 others still play half and half, which I think works quite well.
I'm glad to hear that's the case.
Yeah.
We don't do that in Scotland for a very simple reason, is that Scotland will never be, Scotland will become a full member of ICC at some point when the definition changes.
Yeah, okay.
And I can see that happening, where you can be a full member but not be a test playing member. And you can see the way things are going, what we're trying to do with test cricket. You know, it's a lot of people like watching it, but not a lot of countries can afford to play it.
No. So Australia in big trouble here, 73 for 7. Is John Thornton on this trip? No? Yes.
JT is here. He might actually be coming here today.
Really?
We had a beer with him last night. So he is staying with his friend VJ, who we went to South Bank Poly with way back in the 80s, played cricket with.
Yeah, I know JT from work days.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Right. So he's down in Colombo doing some shopping.
And he might come up here later.
Come along. Yeah,
oh, good. Great to see him if he's here. I've got his. Actually, I might. I've got his number.
just on the subject of the draw cricket, we have in Scotland we have a 40 club bands WhatsApp chat group that's got about 70 people on. Yep. And if you ever want to set a phone anybody's phone ablaze, is to ask the question, should we bring back draw cricket? Because 95% would bring back draw cricket.
Right.
You know? Whereas a lot of the youngsters we speak to are completely kind of ignorant of it. You know? Which is a shame, because I think they miss out on there's a whole element to cricket when you've got to win both sides of the game. You know, if you only need to win one side.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're probably, slightly old-fashioned, because we obviously when I was playing first team cricket, it was basically hardly any overs cricket. It was all kind of, you've got to get them out, or lots of draws. But there can be some 50 over games can be poor games. If somebody gets 300 and somebody's 30 for 3, so we do have a bonus point if you get within a certain number of runs. So it keeps people interested. If you're probably not going to win the game, you can still pick a bonus point up or two.
Yeah, we have a similar thing with you get 95. Sorry, get within 95% of the total from the chasing.
Yeah,
you get,
yeah.
So I think a couple of the games that we have on this trip will be draw cricket, declaration cricket, which is good. Well, having said that, on our last tour here, we did play a T20 game where the opposition scored 220 in 40-degree heat in the ground down near goal. And I looked at our guys and I thought, there's no way we're going to get anywhere near this. One of the guys got 100 and we were 8 runs short at the end of the last over. Having said that, it was quite a small ground, but it was a really good effort done by the guys. That was also one of the hardest pitches I've ever seen. Literally with spikes, it was like marble. You couldn't, and everybody ended up batting in with rubbers.
Yeah. So wicket can continue. 80 for 7 the score. 26 overs gone. England very much on top, but as I said earlier, mustn't let them off the hook. Direct hit from Eccleston, very close. I think he just got back. Well, the umpire thought he did anyway, so that's all that matters. I think he probably did get back, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, he's all right,
yeah.
Sometimes people appeal just to keep their lungs awake.
Indeed. I think with direct hit, you always have kind of appeal, don't you? It's a kind of natural thing to do. Yeah, exactly.
That's one of the interesting things about playing club cricket, we say to juniors, is that you can be a bit more adventurous with your running. Try and think to yourself, how many times do you throw a ball at the stumps and hit it during the course of a season?
Yeah, not too many.
Probably twice. Obviously, the day that you decide to take on somebody's arm is the day that they are going to hit.
Which unfortunately KD did on the semi-final on Thursday and got run out. It was a very poor run, but even so.
Yeah.
We're keeping a good line and length.
Did the England squad do any acclimatisation for the tour?
Well, we were back obviously in England. We were trained. There was a lot of training. There was a lot of WhatsApp groups, which Sean Cooper, who opened the bowling here, he kept them at their paces, and then we came out a few days early and played Sri Lanka in a one-day international warm-up for the tournament.
Okay. And nobody was sitting in a sauna at home for 20 minutes with a kit on or anything like that?
I don't that I know of.
Okay.
But they all mucked in and got in. We met up 2 or 3 times for training at Loughborough, Marlborough, places like that for running around and having nets and things like that. So they took it really seriously, and it's worked out well, because we've been probably one of the fittest sides out here.
Yeah, that's good.
Our
Scotland seniors have just started doing weekly nets from now until the end of April, just to get them into the swing of things.
Still good stuff from Whittaker.
So how many fixtures will England over 50s have this coming season?
So big appeal from Whittaker and the keeper, but umpire shakes his head. We'll play. There's a Marlborough Cup, which
Marlborough's a nice place to play.
yeah, with slight doubt whether we can play it there or not. But we played there last year. We play 3 fixtures, so I think it's USA are coming over, India and Wales, our usual people we play. I think we're playing Scotland in a game.
Is it Lansdowne?
Lansdowne, I think.
Yep.
And I think we've got another game. I don't know if we're playing the USA twice or not, but I think we might be.
Okay.
So we'll have about 5 or 6 fixtures, which is about right. People obviously have taken almost 3 weeks off to come here, so you couldn't have too many more. I mean, you obviously mix the sides up a bit, but people have got to, if you want to play your strongest or near to your strongest side, people haven't got too much more time. By the time we get back, it will be from nearly everybody 3 weeks away. So a lot of people have taken a lot of time off. One or two have had to ask permission because of some of that school teachers or whatever. Although it's his half term, but and they've had to take an extra time off and have to get permission to do so. So Jarvis is going to come back on and to replace Desai. Left arm spin. Bowled really well in the semi-final. $18 overs left for Australia to try and bat out. Let's get a total to bowl at.
So Chris Blaze and I were discussed this quite some length about the timing of the World Cups and also the location, more so the timing, because people in the 40s, for instance, are going to have relatively young families. People in the 50s are going to have maybe teenage families. People in the 60s possibly retired. They can play more often, a bit more freedom to do it.
Yeah.
I suppose you've also got the idea that particularly for England, obviously you've got a much bigger playing population, this idea of representing country in a World Cup is perhaps a one-off thing. So the thought is that when they do the next one in maybe 2-3 years' time, what will be the playing base that you have then? Will someone sort of, right, no, I've done it once, let somebody else have a go?
Yeah, I think, good start by Jarvis. I think there's 10 or 11 who came when we won it in Cape Town on this trip. 1 or 2 couldn't make it. Richard Cooper, who was our excellent opening bowler, unfortunately couldn't come on this trip, but I'm sure as he's not a young 50, he'll hopefully be available for the next one. But yeah, there'll be a few who this will be their last World Cup, I expect. Yeah. From this group, needs a bit of turnover, and those games during the English summer will get a few new people in and have a look at them and see how they go. And obviously, with having this county championship of 40 counties, or including the Isle of Wight and Jersey and etc. Channel Islands, we obviously look at the stats and see who's getting the runs. And if they're getting runs or wickets, we'll hopefully get them involved in one or two of the games during the summer.
Our oldest player in Scotland is a guy by the name of Alex Steele,
Right.
who's international wicketkeeper. So I'm 59. He played his first game for Scotland before I was born.
Really?
He's still playing.
That's astonishing.
Yeah. And he was.
That's amazing. We'll start by Jarvis's.
Was awarded an honour by the King last year. He's the president of our Scottish Seniors Cricket. He's got a lung condition, so he actually wears a jet pack, oxygen pack, and he still stands up to the quick bowlers, still
Amazing.
takes stumpings.
Wow.
And he's 82 years old.
Yes, I mean the 70s is. I mean, when I started playing 50s cricket, we went, Middlesex. We had one team. Now we've got 3 50s, 3 60s, and 70s. And the 70s is getting, it's more. Every year there's usually another 70s side that joins. The people who become late 60s become 17. Middlesex last year got into the first. We were kind of joint with Bucks because we didn't have enough players, but last year a few people had got that bit older and played the 70s, and they managed to win the 70s competition. So
The obverse side of that is, well, again, talking with Chris about this, because when we do the over 40s, the Triple Crown is that given that Scotland and Ireland are not yet part of IMC, Scotland, we're fairly well developed because we've got 50 years history of doing senior cricket, so creating a structure was quite easy for us. Ireland don't have that kind of structure there, but this idea, particularly when you've got people who 38, 39 coming into their 40s.
Yeah, I went to the World Cup last year with the 40s. And we had
Cape Town, yes.
Yeah, Cape Town. Darren Stevens, Nick Compton, for instance, were both in those. And it looked like they really enjoyed it. Nick Compton was diving around the field, and Darren was coming into bowl, and we probably maybe slightly underperformed in overall, perhaps. But it was great to be back in Cape Town 2 years on the trot.
Cape Town's wonderful. We were there in November. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's an amazing place. Great place. Here and there are two of my favourites, I think.
Yeah. And that's the feedback we get from the 40 Club guys, who probably about 50% of the people who come on the tour always go on tour. So the other 50%, maybe 40% are kind of relatively new. And in going round everybody, where do you want to go over the winter? Everybody came back and said, can we go to South Africa or Sri Lanka?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, Australia's a great place, but it is that bit further, which is, it's a bit like saying, if you had a World Cup in New Zealand, certainly for us, you've got to really go for nearly 3 weeks. Really, it's just too far to go. I went to Fiji and Samoa once on the MCC tour, and
Samoa's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a lovely trip, but
did you play Samoan cricket?
Yeah, we played against Samoa.
No, did you play Samoan cricket?
No, we didn't.
Right,
no.
okay, that's an interesting one. Yeah.
But that was the only time that I've really felt like jet lagged on.
Yeah.
Because in those days, and although I think it's changed now, that's a good shot. It's going to be 2 runs. It was kind of over the timeline, so if you went from either Fiji to Samoa the other way around, and it was a different day. You lost. It was Tuesday in one day, and it was Monday in the other. It was absolutely bizarre.
So a few years ago, they moved the date line between what we call Western Samoa is Samoa, and then you've got American Samoa. The reason for that is so that American Samoa is in the same day as the US. That was relatively recent, but you're right. You go over the date line, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, maybe a bit of bat and pad there, I'm not sure. Knightley picks up. Still good stuff from Whittaker.
And having played and umpired in Australia and New Zealand, I think they're fantastic places to go to. It's just the distance, really.
Yeah.
And you could have a 2-week trip, but it's a waste. It's a shame to only go there for 2 weeks. You'd have to put another week on. Conditions-wise, it's quite similar to southern England, I think.
Good shot down to third man. Ends Whittaker's over. 85 for 7. How many has that gone, Jonesy? How many overs has that been? 29 overs gone. Couldn't quite see over there. The scoreboard's quite a long way away. And the numbers aren't that big. Probably my eyesight's not as good as it used to be either.
Still says 85, yeah.
You can see the 85. That's a bit bigger than the other numbers over there.
So it's an interesting point here. One of the things I've noticed over the years playing cricket in the UK, the further north you go, the more people win the toss and bat, because runs on the board is believed to be more valuable. Whereas I remember when I played in the Southeast back in the 80s, it tended to be win the toss, stick them in, knock them off.
Yeah,
Is
that more because of the wickets being a bit dry, often drier down south, and the wickets generally a bit better, perhaps?
You can trust the wickets. Well, it's not an absolute, but you could trust the wickets down south a lot more. They tend to be flatter.
I think it's a bit mixed on who, certainly because I umpire now in the Premier First Divisions or whatever. It's a bit mixed on some bat and some bowl. I don't think it's all. Not every side puts the other side in. I think it depends a bit. I think probably more when you're playing the overs cricket, you tend to put the other side in. But I think in the time games, I think a lot of sides bat.
We have a big disparity between east and west in Scotland when it comes to scores. With the west being wetter and warmer, and the east being drier.
Right.
So I think on the opening day of the Premier League season last year, in the east, one team scored 305 and lost.
Oh, really?
And in the west, which is literally only 40 miles away, one team scored 85 and won.
I don't think we've actually played in the last 2 seasons. I don't think the warm-up games are in April. I don't think we played in April at all in any warm-up games for 2 years now. April's been a bit of a washout for club cricket at weekends, and at least the league season this year doesn't start till the 10th of May, so we're hopefully going to be okay.
And you go through to the end of September, yeah?
No, only this 18 weeks takes us to about, I can't remember the exact date, about the 10th of September, somewhere around there. Or the 6th or 7th, something like that. Yeah, we had 18 games. The trouble is, everybody says we should push it back maybe a bit further even because of the weather. But the trouble is, a lot of grounds aren't available after in middle of because of some of the public, go to football and things like that. So a little single down to third man. Hadji picks up. End of the Jarvis overs, 30 overs gone, 87 for 7. Sorry.
We did have a situation last year in the East as the Premier League was approaching, which was the first weekend in May, where it hadn't stopped raining for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And the clubs all got together and went to the league and said, we can't actually prepare the ground.
Yeah.
So they just they moved the last week to the end of the season.
Yeah. I think some other counties did that, but we actually started on the first week, although some games were off, if I remember rightly. I think it was a bit mixed, but...
Firstly, one of the opportunities we have, probably more so than you have, as we would say down south, is that 21st of June, Midsummer's Day, in Glasgow, for instance, the sun doesn't set until...
And he's out. Whitty's got a wicket, bowled him. It's the 8th the Australian wicket to fall. Well deserved for Whittaker, I think. He's bowled pretty tightly. Deserved wicket.
It's Aussie's favourite number, isn't it? 87?
Indeed.
Australians really are in a lot of trouble now. See a drinks break here, so we may take a quick break and we'll be back after the drinks break.
Mine. Is your phone digging? Is it? So England continue to take wickets, and that's what they need to do. They must let Australia off the hook. I'd like to see them out for just over 100 or somewhere around there. There's a little bit in the wicket. I was talking to Sean Cooper on the way round, who was fielding on the boundary. boundary. He said it was zipping around a little bit at the start, and Zulfi was getting some to nip around as well, to turn, and then. So there is a bit in it, but I think that with the hot weather, it should. They probably watered it yesterday, just a little bit in to start with, but it should dry out nicely. So England will be pretty confident of getting these, as long as we get Australia out for a lowish total. So 30 overs gone. So Grant Dew is the new batsman. Going to face Whittaker. With his tail up, having just bowled Waddington. So we've got a slip. Ring field, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the ring. So 5 in the ring in total. Pushed in the offside. We've got a deep cover, third man, fine leg.
Fantastic figures of 1 for 7 from 4 overs. It's a testament here to the English, and there is a reason why they are the current world champions, but unfortunately they haven't made it to the World Cup final after a disappointing performance against Pakistan in that game. Shot there from Grant Dew. So currently Australia are 8 for 87. A lucky number there for the Australians. 13 short of 100, I think, is significance there. So we can always have hold of this ball, and we've seen that lots of games here. But now obviously a lot of responsibility resting on the shoulders here of Daniel Meek, who is 22 from 38. Brandon's hit that ball.
It's out. Hit that to cover. So the 9th wicket falls. 87 for 9 Australia. One more wicket for England to get.
So another wicket falls now to the Australians, now in the diabolical situation here, currently at 9 for 87, and there's the Devil's number again for the Aussies. Another wicket falling.
So England continue to take wickets, and we're really keen now to wrap this up. Not there yet. We can't tell who the new batsman is yet, because he hasn't appeared from the dressing room. I don't know where he's got to. Australian number 11 has still not appeared from the pavilion. Here he comes, number 75. Craig Tyndall is the new man. Craig, is it? Craig Tyndall, sorry. It's taken an age to get to the wicket.
3 minutes? It's his limit, isn't it?
Two should be the limit, but he must have taken it all a full 2. But I don't think we're, in the spirit of cricket, I don't think we'll be appealing. So,
Was it changed to that, or was it a playing condition? 3 minutes to be ready.
I thought it was 2 still, wasn't it?
I think it used to be within 2 minutes you had to be on the field to play, but I think now it's 3 and you need to be ready to face.
Whittaker will be keen to get another wicket. 2 for. In the other games, India 169 for 3, going quite well against Wales. South Africa 174 for 6 against the West Indies. USA played New Zealand. New Zealand 154 for 3. So, Whittaker's bowled well, this is his 5th over. At the moment he's got 2 for 7.
Around that 150 mark, I think that 15 overs. That would be their solid objective now. Australia real trouble this year.
Australia depending a little bit on Meek getting a few more runs here. 22 not out. And he'll be facing.
Let me just check. If the game, this innings finished now, they would take lunch.
It's usually 1 o'clock. Is usually the time we had to bat in one of the games. I can't remember which game it was because it wasn't.
Lunch wasn't ready.
Well, I think lunch is generally at 1 o'clock. So.
Okay, so you would go out then. Okay.
I probably think we might have to go out, but if it was over in the next 5-10 minutes. So interested to see how Meek will play here. I think he might have to play a few shots.
Plenty of time to do that.
Number 11 is at the non-striker's end, so let's see how he plays. Jarvis is coming into bowl. Yeah, I think from that shot, I don't think he's going to hang around.
No.
I think he's decided that he needs to play some shots. So England have got 3 men on the leg side boundary, 1 at deep square, 1 at deep mid wicket, 1 at long on, and they've got a long off and a deep cover. And the 4 men in the circle are kind of a deep extra cover on the line, cover, point and a short third. Playing a miss from Meek. Single to Meek. This brings the new batsman Tyndall to strike. On strike. Jarvis.
Yeah, look, it's a real balancing act, unfortunately. They're obviously looking to try to set a decent target.
So the obvious target here is just back yourself to 100, have the psychology with 3 wicket tails.
Possibly, yeah. I'm not sure. Let's see how Mr. Tyndall gets on against Jarvis. Jarvis in his 6th over. None for 19. Big hoik from Tyndall, so he's obviously not going to muck about either. Played a miss.
That ball deserved that shot.
No, I think go through to Knightley, complete miss. Mid on and mid off did come up into the circle, but having seen that shot, or attempted shot, they've gone back on the boundary. So Jarvis's last ball of his 6th over. This time a defensive shot. Meek will be on strike. Presumably Whittaker will continue after his fine figures. 88 for 9, 32 gone. Really good performance by England. I think there's been one or two fairly rash shots from Australia, but I think it has, to be fair to them, has moved around a little bit, and some great bowling at the start. Cooper very tight, Zulfi Butt getting into the action with 4 wickets, and then one or two loose shots in the middle order for Australia, and Whittaker's now come in and cleaned a couple up, and I'm sure he'll be looking to finish this innings off. So the field is third man, fine leg. There's one out at cover, long off.
Anyone else playing cricket go for that matter? Look, it's live radio.
A deep square is down there as well.
We were talking previously in the previous over.
So there's going to be a change in the field. They're going to bring fine leg into the circle and put long on, mid on, back to long on.
Talk about food, and I know the Aussies enjoy their days off between games.
He's good.
And that's all we want. Straight in front, very late there.
There we go. That's all over. 88 all out Australia. Great performance by England.
Australian innings. So 88, very disappointing result.
So we'll have to see whether we are come back before we have lunch or not. I'll let you know about that. But Whittaker's bowled 5 overs, 5.1 overs, 3 for 7. Desai 4 overs, 2 for 16. Jarvis 6 overs, 0 for 19. Hadji 5 overs, 1 for 19. Zulfi Butt, great figures, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 9. And Cooper 6 overs, 0 for 13. So I will have to let you know whether we are coming back for a half an hour before lunch. If we are, I will see you then.
Right, welcome back. Out 48. That's a turn up for the books. All two for the Australian bowling. Now, as there's the field, umpires just getting ready. Just have a quick recap of the high. Let's just reinforce 6 overs, 2 maidens for best bowling figures in this World Cup. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. 5, no maiden, 2 for 16, and Jason Whittaker 5.1, 1 maiden, 3 for 8. Those are highlights. Or they've got wickets. Now we're going to be with Grove and Charlie Knightley as they just get themselves ready. We'll probably have a fixed lunch around about 1 o'clock, I believe, Bob.
Yeah, 1 o'clock's lunch, I'm told. With 45 minutes, I think it's 45 here, isn't it? Break. So
Yep.
we're back at around 1:45. England will have, I guess, about 5-6 overs by the time they got out there. Start about 22.
Yep. Great performance there from England. Bowled very well at the end, especially Jason Whittaker, who was bowling a superb line and length, wasn't he? Just nipping the ball back. I was having a quick walk round the ground in between whilst Bob and Paul Coffey were talking about cricket in general terms and commentating, and I could see that he was doing a hell of a lot with the ball. So, opening the bowling for Australia is bound to be James Morris. He's the tall right arm bowler.
He's picked up quite a few wickets on this trip, I think.
Yes, very, very good bowler. England need to be on their guard here. No pun intended on that, but David Snellgrove is going to be the batsman who's facing the England captain as he takes his guard. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. This is going to be the last game that's being live streamed as Chris Mays, who's done all the wonderful technical work for the England seniors, goes back to the UK on Tuesday, and England do have another game against Australia, which you can bet your bottom dollar the Aussies will be right up for here. So as we go, James Morris continues. Good short of a length ball, just rising on Snellgrove there, but plays it with ease. Do we know, Bob, where the second fixture
I believe
is?
it's at Colts.
Okay, we played there. Did we not play Sri Lanka there? I thought we did, yeah.
I suppose the only good thing would be that was our least comfortable commentary position, I think, on the trip. Don't you
It
think?
was, yes, it was. Yeah, we were downstairs,
Yeah.
weren't we? We had to drop the cable from a very dark hole where everybody seemed to be congregating and sitting. We went for the fresh air option. It's nicely past the outside back of the bat from Snellgrove, so that's good start from Morris here. Tall man, gets a lot of bounce and good pace. It's a wicket that's going to come through, so England need to be very watchful here. Small totals, as we know,
Indeed, yes.
can be very, very difficult to attain, so nothing's taken for granted here from the English team.
It's been interesting to see if Australia open with 2 seamers or they start with, like England did, with a seamer and a spinner.
Nicely forward there by Snellgrove. No run. Yes, certainly Glenn Giddings and Grant Dew, 2 very good spinners for Australia. Simon Waddington also bowls a lovely left arm. The man who plays his cricket in Sydney for Manly Warringah. That's gone wide. But good stop from Barranca there, saved a 7-4. And of course, Andrew Kratzmann now. Here's a little bit of a fact for you. He actually played as the opening doubles player with a very well-known Swiss tennis player. I wonder if you can guess who that was. Short, cut, 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot from Snellgrove, just leant back And that went to the boundary very quickly. 4 runs on the total. And I might have an answer from Hugh. Sorry? Is the wrong answer. We'll keep throwing that out there. I didn't say male or female, so interesting you went for the female. But he was a very good tennis player. He's got his own tennis academy in Australia, and a very famous Swiss tennis player. He opened this Swiss player's doubles playing career with. Can you guess? Answers to Bob Baxter on his phone. Income Spider, as he's known for the Australians. Short, cut, 1 bounce.
Quite uppish from Snellgrove, but never going to go all the way down to third man. So he gets a 1 off the last ball of the over, 6 for none. After 1 over, 5 to Snellgrove, and then obviously the wide makes 6.
If we run out of ideas, any thoughts?
Well, I think.
I'm asking the quizmaster here. I'm looking at him, and he's not giving me anything. You know,
Federer.
Roger Federer is the correct answer.
Roger got that one right.
Well done.
From back on
Well done, Roger.
Well done, Roger. Good morning to all the guys who are listening on that app group. Shamsi, are you still listening in? I've already said a good morning to Gareth and Roger.
And a very good morning to all those at Anson St George Cricket Club. Your mentor, your scorer, your dogs does everything for is here. He's scoring for England. He's the 3rd scorer. Chris Mays is doing a wonderful job on the tech, and Alan James from Wembley Cricket Club is the main England scorer. So a score of scorers. That's nicely played off the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. So lovely traditional shot there from Snellgrove off the legs. 4 runs.
Good morning to the Eccleston clan. If you're listening in, I expect Kelly's definitely listening in, and I think there's quite a few of you in the semi-final. And if you're tuned in today, I think Giles is due in at 3. But, England off to a great start. At 7th ball, we're already 10 for none, chasing this very low total of 88 or 89 to win.
Craig Tyndall is the bowler from the far end. He's coming in with his right arm medium, and that's gone again. Down the leg side, it's being given as a wide. Great take there from Anthony Barranca. Saved 4 runs there. Beautiful take there. Very athletic keeper. Now, Bob, I must get a keeper's view on this. Short sleeves for the keepers.
Yeah,
is that the done thing?
I think quite a few keepers do. I must admit, I
It's
never
gone past the outside edge.
always wore long sleeves when I kept wicket, the dives and everything else. So I wouldn't be wearing a short sleeve, but a lot of keepers do these days. Not for me though.
You're a traditionalist. It would have been long sleeves.
Yeah, I think if you're diving around as well, it's probably better to be wearing long sleeves, to be honest.
On that note, just give us a little bit of a rundown of the kit that you would have worn as a keeper in those days. As nicely forward by Snellgrove. So what was your choice of gloves?
There was no helmet.
So no helmet. Okay.
No.
Did you wear a floppy hat?
No, a cap,
Okay,
mainly.
cap.
Yeah.
And what were the gloves of the day?
I can't remember the make. They certainly don't seem to be. They seem to be very similar, fairly similar to these today. I think, having looked at.
Just looked as though he's playing round that, and he's been given out LBW. So Snellgrove goes the first wicket down for England, and the score is 11. Just played round 1, and the umpire, I think that's Whale, had no hesitation in that finger going up. So England lose their first wicket. Game on. Should bring Giles Eccleston to the wicket for England. So David Snellgrove just looking to play that on the onside. He got a little ahead of himself, sadly, for England there, and played round that, hit him on the pad. Little change in the batting lineup. Jonathan Wildman is going to be the batsman coming in.
Yeah, so Giles is not coming in. It said that John was brought into the side this morning, and Nasir Ahmed not feeling well, so he dropped out and John came in. So going to give him a go at 3. So it looks like probably Giles might be 4, I guess, or Roy Smith. I'm not sure, to be honest. We'll have to wait and see. Let's hope we don't see another batsman come out before lunch.
Great bowling here from Craig Trindle. A little loose on a couple of those early deliveries, but he's found his line and length. We were just saying about your kit. So SS gloves, and let's delve deep, shall we? Here, let's delve deep. Who was your mentor? Who was the wicketkeeper that you looked up to, or inspired you to keep?
That's a good point. I kind of took up keeping almost by mistake, really. I played when I was at school. I played in goal, and I think they felt that as I was a goalkeeper, I'd probably be okay keeping wicket.
It's got an inside edge. Very, very unsure Wildman was of that shot.
I didn't always keep wicket at school. I did it if the other guy wasn't around, and then when I got to kind of playing, when I joined a club as a Colt, I started keeping wicket then, really. Or when I was about 13, 14.
Yep. So Alan Knox,
Bob Taylor,
all those greats.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Bob Taylor.
I was going to suggest Godfrey Evans, but you were a little bit
before my time. Thank you very much.
A little bit before your time. I had the pleasure of being coached by Godfrey Evans once when he thought I was a wicketkeeper, and I told him as a left arm seam bowler, and I never heard from him again. He was a lovely man, though. Still had it in his sort of late 60s, I think, when he was coaching. A wonderful character of the game. Right, it's going to be Knightley to face Trindle. There's a little inside edge there. Could be a run there. He's just told him to go back. No rush for the England batsman here. That's the end of the over, and that's 12 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. What is very interesting, though, and I'm going to say this out loud a little bit, is that the noise seems to have died down from the Sri Lankan commentators, and I'm hearing an Australian in the other commentary position fairly consistently.
Yes, I think he's off now.
Tails are up.
Still on, I think. Yes. You'll be pleased to know, Roger and the Gibraltar lads, there's no bans today, so...
Yet. As Spider comes in, and that's kept low. That's very well kept out by Wildman. Certainly something in with a new ball on this track, isn't there? Whether it's a little bit of up and down bounce. Spider's coming in. That's a really, really good length that he's bowling there, and good pace. Nicely left there by Wildman. Doesn't need to play at that. Just take his time at the wicket. So, yeah. So a few heroes there, Bob, in the keeping department. You kept for how many years? Do you know that? 35, 40 years?
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. It's doing a little bit here on the track.
Somewhere like that, yeah. I didn't keep quite so much later on. Younger men came into the side, and so I gave up the gloves a bit and just played as a batter.
It's nicely driven there. That could run all... Well, it's going to be picked up, I think. Very, very quick outfield, but a great piece of fielding there. So just 2 runs to the total.
And a shot from Wildman.
Very nice shot from Wildman there. Maybe just unlocking a little bit of the pressure that's being put on the England batsman here. Tony Clark just looking at his field. Looks as though he's going to bring one over himself and then bring up the fine leg, which I think is Grant Dew. And just moving the field round there, bringing Grant Dew into the mid-wicket region. Cut, and that got a lot of bounce, so Wildman just playing that a little bit wildly, and that was nicely taken by Barranca high up. It's probably the most pace that we've seen from any of the bowlers
Possibly,
here
yeah.
in the World Cup so far.
Certainly got a bit of bounce there, didn't he?
Yeah, England have not had the opportunity to play Australia in the group stage. There's a little loose there from Wildman, doesn't need to be doing that. And that's the end of the over, so the score is 14 for 1. Hope you had a nice chat with Paul Coffey. Yes. And what Scotland seniors are doing, and the 40 club are over here.
That's funny enough. I know a friend of mine's in his group in the 40 club, so I've had a WhatsApp with John Thornton, and so we'll meet up, I'm sure, for a beer or three in the next few days. Maybe tomorrow at the final. We're watching a bit of Pakistan, Sri Lanka.
Yes, excellent. Yes, we shall be watching the game. I think we'll probably head off early morning-ish, and then come back. Bit of pool time, and then there's the dinner in the evening. That's just played on the onside there, so Knightley gets a single. I think that takes him off the mark. I'll get the thumbs up from Alan.
6 minutes more, so we'll probably get this over and one more in. England will be keen to get to lunch with just the one down.
Trindle just looking at his field as well with skipper Clark, just moving that around. Wildman, he feels, likes to drive. If he puts it up there, Australia have got 2 slips in there. That's nicely played by Wildman. Shows a little bit of class there to just steer that down through the gully region.
Yeah, Australia have got to keep if they've got any chance, they've got to take wickets with a new ball. Need a couple of slips in there in case there's an edge. So I think they're correct having a couple in there. A couple of grabbers.
Knightley facing. In comes Trindle, and that's nicely forward there. I was really impressed with Charlie Knightley's innings against Pakistan when he came in, under a lot of pressure, and he just played some lovely inventive shots.
Shots,
yeah,
they were good, weren't they?
Really good. Little paddles
scoops
around the legs.
Paddles,
Yeah. Scoops, paddles.
Yeah, he's got a different
Sort of
situation
mindset
in front
there.
of him now.
Yeah, much different. Yeah, much different. But
He bats. I mean, when he plays for Essex
Yeah.
in the Championship, he bats high up. Sometimes opening often in the top 4. So he's quite used to it. Just with this England team, it's difficult to get in the top 3, and also keeping wicket in this heat. He's done well to go out and.
Oh, and he's caught him. So Knightley's out. Lovely catch by Andrew Kratzmann there at second slip, and England lose their second wicket with the score on 16. So sadly, commentators curse there probably on Charlie, but it was a really good ball. Trindle has bowled a beautiful line and length here, and putting the English batsman under pressure. And it was super catch there, low down to his right.
Well,
so the Australians right in the hunt here.
I suppose we'll have a lunch watch one, will we?
Well, Knightley's just trudging off there, and that's a big blow for England to lose a second wicket just before lunch. Giles Eccleston is the man coming in now, the left-handed batsman, who also plays for Essex. A wonderful architect of runs and quick running between the wickets. So let's see what he can do against the bowling of Trindle.
So Australia now think they're in a bit of a chance here. must have been pretty deflated when they came in at 88 all out, but nicked out a couple. If they could get Eccleston before lunch or just after lunch, they're right back in the game.
Absolutely, yeah. The prospects were a really, really good encounter after lunch. Anyway, it's still time before lunch for Australia to take another wicket. We've got about 2 minutes before lunch, so this may be the last over. Trindle has bowled superbly well. He's bowled a really, really good length and line. He's adjusted his line for the left-hander and the right-hander. So this is wonderful bowling from Australia. Now another slip has gone in. I think that's Tony Clark, the skipper, who's gone into a third slip region there. That one nearly found out Eccleston. He just managed to keep that out, so that's the end of the over. Probably one more time for one more over, and the score is 16 for 2. A little bit of a chat in the middle between Wildman and Eccleston. Spider's getting a lot of bounce, so for the batsman, I would imagine it's difficult to know what one to leave and what one to play. He's also got good pace. 2 slips for Morris, the bowler, third man. And it looks like Grant Dew is just going to go back to the fine leg for the right-handed Wildman. Tony Clark persisting with the short extra cover.
India playing Wales in the 5th, 6th place playoff. India 242 for 5 off 39.5, so Wales being put to the sword a bit there.
That's a great shot from Wildman. It's going to run away for 4, so that relieves a little bit of the pressure. Score moves on to 20.
It's always going forward, on that line, as we see the replay here.
Difficult to from here know what the plan is going to be for England, whether they just look to be aggressive and hit the bad ball, or whether they just look to contain before lunch and not lose a wicket. A little bit of a change in the field here now. Again, just reacting to that last shot. Grant Dew's come up into mid-wicket. It's nicely played by Wildman.
Yeah, nice behind it. I think that if they're, I think they'll just play to for lunch now. Unless it's a really bad ball. Only 4 balls left before lunch.
It's nicely cut, no run. Just on the back foot there, Wildman. Used to play cricket as a professional for Nottinghamshire for a few years until he felt that he wasn't going to make it, and then nicely back behind that, and then moved into Civvy Street and got a job. Now works in, I believe, software engineering. Very intelligent man. Loves his cricket. Nicely played. That's a beautiful shot, and that's going to be 4 runs. Should go for the boundary, and it does. So pops over the rope. Craig Trindle was trying to get round there, but he couldn't. So 4 more to the total. Score moves on to 24 for 2. Just working with the pace of the ball there, Jonathan Wildman. 24 valuable runs for England. 2 wickets down.
Last ball before lunch.
Nicely driven for no run there. And that should be the end of the over, which it is. And that is lunch. So the score's 24 for 2. And
Wildman 12 not out. Eccleston just faced the 1 ball yet to get off the mark. And we'll be back
in about 45 minutes. Yeah, about 1:45. So get your watches started, and we'll look forward to bringing you the rest of the commentary in this very enthralling game between Australia and England in the first Ashes, but also the playoff for third and fourth place. We'll see you in about 45 minutes. Welcome back, and England are 24 for 2. Well, they didn't trouble the scorers too much. We're all out for 88 in 32.1 overs. Now, little announcement before we get play underway. We have the privilege of two wives and girlfriends from the England team on comms, and that's going to be Demi Trotman and Rebecca. They're going to be coming on commentary o'clock, so we look forward to having a chat with them about their thoughts and the cricket. Right, Australia have it all to do here, as do England. So Giles Eccleston and Jonathan Wildman are at the wicket. It looks as though it's going to be Craig Trindle to continue for Australia. Right arm medium pace, who very well in his first spell, just lunch. A point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, fine leg, third man, completes Australian fielding. So Australia need to take wickets, that goes without saying here. They cannot afford to let it away. Eccleston's facing as the first ball from Trindle. Just on the leg there. Good quickish ball there in his proceedings. Both of these batsmen not wearing helmets, but the bounce is not sufficient to worry them in that department. Although I have to say, James Morris, known as Spider, is playing colleagues as very well and got a lot of lift. Oops, Trindle, and that's nicely played by Eccleston on the onside, no run. Clark is there at mid. He's the Australian skipper. Great fighter of cricket matches and a good leader of the Australian team. In comes Trindle, right arm. It's a beautiful drive for Eccleston, and that's 4 runs. Signature shot there. Preston hit down over the ball, and that ball raced to the boundary. 4 runs. Takes the score on to 28. So 2 full there from Trindle. Paid the price. Grant Dew doing the fielding, the extra cover region there. Big game all today between England and Australia, the elite men's. And that's at 2 o'clock in the Champions Trophy. A great game to watch. Little change in the field. Looks as though bringing the player into extra there. Eccleston fake. And that's gone through the air, and that could run away for 4 through the third man, and it does. 4 more to Little. It's a score on to 32 for 2, so great stop from Eccleston here. Back to ball early on. Australia to contain this run chase. Do everything they can. They've got the 2 slips up, and slips come up quite far. She driven again, straight into the of the Australian fielder there. Very hot today. 89 degrees and about 80% humidity, so really both the players. Quick drop and run there. That's a really good run by England. So Dun gets a strike. Wildman backing up. 1 more to the total. 33 for 2 at the end of the over. 6 overs have gone so far. So good start by England in terms of total. Just a loss of 2 wickets. And it's likely to be James Morris who's going to continue the bowling. The tall right arm bowler. Both teams playing for 3rd and 4th place in this RC over 50s World Cup playoff. Both teams actually won respective groups, 6 out of 6 games, and both find themselves playing for 3rd and 4th place play. So the hosts Sri Lanka in the final, as Morris gets himself just waiting for Eccleston to settle. In he comes. And that's nicely left by Eccleston, and so much so that it's a wide. Yes, both won their group stages and both came up against really good opposition. England came against Pakistan, who bowled superbly, fielded. That's just gone under the bat there from Eccleston, and Anthony Branca took a break there at his feet. Yep, the Australian side, well, contain glorious side that Sri Lanka have, and the playing depth. Chandana, who's played Test internationals as well, scored a good 40 off about 6 teams, but I think there was a big score there from Saman Jayantha. Ruben Perez. He got 103, and it was a wonderful game there. By England beat Sri Lanka twice, once in the stage and once in warm-up game. So it's a funny game. There's laid on the offside there by Eccleston, no run. An all turn, very fine margin catch, or a good innings, as we found out from a chap called Sheikh, who got a good 70 when he was dropped early on by England for about 3. On the onside there, no run. So 34 for 2, England. Still the same field, 2 as a point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, fine leg and third man. It's just off the leading edge there, from no run. Actually, Hardy is the man there at extra cover. He's had a good tournament actually for Australia with a bat. As Andrew Kratzmann. Don't think it'll be long before we start seeing some spin from, and that's nicely driven, and it's quick run out, and he was quickly there. Eccleston, nice positioning there for the umpire, positioning to a judge on that, but then a big shout from James Murray. 1 more to the total, and the score moves on to 35 for 2. So that's the end of the... Right, we could have... No, still going to be Trindle, who's come on. Right arm medium pace. Joined by Demi Trotman and Rebecca. Ladies, how are you enjoying the tour?
Very much, thank you, Woody. And you?
Yes, it's very good. Very hot, very good though.
What are your thoughts on the game here?
Well, I mean, the score would have suggested that it should have been easier than it's proving at the moment, but hopefully Els and Don will see us home.
Single there from Eccleston. Yeah, I think the score, 8, that wasn't on the script, was it? For Australia?
No, definitely.
Well, I know that you've commented a couple of times us turning up late to the game because we may not have been shopping. So we got a bit of trundle on this morning when we saw all of the Aussie wickets quite early, so saved our husbands some money.
Nicely put, Debbie. Wildman facing. What a drive, and that's perfectly placed in between extra cut and the mid-off performance. So Jonathan Wildman take a bow to score up to 40 for 2. So where do you find yourself this morning, Rebecca?
Well, itching to down to the ground actually, just like what Demi was saying. We just pacing around with the stream, my phone. Not we need to get cut and get on because it's very exciting. But yes.
Now, when you said last night you'd like to do commentary, what were you about doing commentary? Because it should be quite relaxed. But then I see this sort of glare of the eyes over people. They put a microphone in front, and all of a sudden perspiration starts to develop. So, what thoughts of commentary? What would you like to cover?
I had a station last night.
That's gone. Looks as though it's been a really, really good stop there at Sexlip by Andrew Kratzmann. Man got down there. You were saying, sorry,
Yes,
last night.
So we were being so, I would put it. And I thought it was a great idea. Let's give it a go. Let's come and chat cricket and all things like that. And then I woke up this thing and thought, what have I learned for?
Now, is your father involved in cricket? What's the... is there any connection with cricket in the family?
I would say there's a little bit of a connection. My dad is a top spectator. I've got 2 brothers. They are well into the cricket. I've got my sons. My eldest is very getting into the swing of cricket as well, and then of course Nick. So and his 2, Will and ex-cricketers too. So to say I've got a little bit of connection with cricket, probably an understatement.
I do recall you came to Ireland, didn't you?
Yes.
That's right.
It's one of my first cricket.
Experiences?
Yes.
Excellent. Morris is continuing with the right arm medium. Morris is continuing with the right arm medium. That's down the leg side. 4 wide. Was that 4? 5? Certainly wide. So more to the total. And should just a little bit of a niggle with his at the moment.
Yes. With his quad, I thought it was quite innocuous when he was bowling.
Yes.
Probably need to bowl over the bowl.
Yes,
he's
it's always the
regressing
way.
it now. Yes, but I was the game's
always the
regressing
way.
it now. Yes, but I was the game that he missed, which was the semi-final, was actually the first ever game that he's missed due to injury in his life.
Wow.
Yes, so
That's
he's
an
done
impressive
quite well
fact.
to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
to 53
He has.
before, but unfortunately, I'm hoping not a sign of things to come.
Oh, what a shame for him. But he was sadly missed. And in comes Morris. 44 for 2. And there's no run there. Ash Hardy is the fielder there. He's quickly in. Now, club-wise, what's Richard doing cricket-wise? What's his plans for
Yes, he's going to have his first ever season playing with the 3 boys together.
Wonderful.
In the same team. So they're playing for Chippenham Cricket Club this year.
Okay.
So yes, that's quite exciting.
Yeah, and as a mum?
Puts a bit of pressure on me to go and watch now. Every week.
Yes.
There may have been a few Saturdays where I may have suggested that I wasn't watching one of them because I was at another game.
Okay.
And I may have been at friends.
Very
so,
good.
Now I can't use that excuse. Oh no.
And do you go to watch Nikki?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. My.
Where would that? So, what's a day in the life of Rebecca like on a Saturday with
a Saturday morning? We get up, we go, we get all our snacks and food for the day. The cool bag is packed.
Yes.
The deck chair's in the car, and yeah, I will go and plonk myself at the ground, whether it's home or away, either Swalwell or wherever.
Wonderful.
The fixture takes us. And yeah, my day is just set by the cricket.
Gosh, look at that. That's gone all the way. 4 more to the total there. And that takes England up to the magical 5th run. So they're only chasing 88. I think, 89 win. So an packed day.
Absolutely. I'm the team cheerleader, I would say. Part of the furniture, I suppose. I'm always there. Ocean.
Now, the bit you've been looking forward to do, who's going to take the lead on the country? Because I've just got to go to the toilet.
Oh no. I think that would be a mistake, Mr. Wood.
I can't set you up then to do that, no.
No.
Okay, in comes Morris. No, it's a really good social occasion. I mean, as you know, I've played a bit of but involved with cricket clubs, and it's a great way for the children to grow up and be involved, whether they're playing on the field or you're involved in the club in some way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, yes.
Right, the score is, we've got 49 on the main board, but it's 50 in the scorebook. Alan is giving me a nod here, England scorer from Wembley Cricket Club. So 50 for 2, and so is Hugh. So England not too far away from their total here in this first Ashes. Now, Sri Lanka, your thoughts on the country?
Beautiful. Absolutely amazing. This time I've been, and I can honestly say it was on for me to come to, but when the opportunity arose to come out, there was didn't have to think twice.
No, it's a beautiful country.
Absolutely beautiful.
It is. I think it's made all the more beautiful by the people.
Yeah.
Yes.
People are just wonderful.
They can't seem to do enough for you.
No.
They're always smiling.
Always,
There's no
yes.
edge, is there?
So
as well.
happy.
Yeah, you may get bills a little bit later in the bar than you have probably expected, like the next morning. But they've never forgotten, actually. So, but no, it's been a really tremendous tour, and England were a little bit lucky, sadly, in the semi-final.
Yes.
But I guess you make your own luck in cricket in some respects,
Yeah.
and thoroughly.
It is like that, isn't it?
It is.
You can play brilliantly, and Pakistan were worthy winners on the day.
They were.
Let's not
They
be, they were very good, bowled brilliantly.
Yeah.
But supporting.
Yeah. Eccleston's favourite. Now this bowler, I think it's due and always bowls with his cap on.
Okay.
He's very gun smart as well. Notice he has all his long sleeve. Yeah. He's came to. Did you come to the Marlborough Cup last year? Did you
Yes.
come to Marlborough? I think I
Yes.
saw son Max there.
Yes, you did. Yes, yes, yeah.
And he came to the Australian side, batted very well. In fact, I think it was at the end and with Wellington when they won that game. Did you down that, Rebecca? I'm not sure.
No.
Nicky was playing in one game, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
I made it down for Spawn actually when we were playing against Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, that was memorable for a few reasons.
Good. And you're two playing now? Two, not Nicky's two lads. Your lads? Are they?
Yes. So my.
Where do they play? Their club cricket, or are they involved in anything? Beautiful drive. Great fielding there by Simon Waddington. Looks as though he may have saved a 4 there. Really great fielding from Ashley there on the boundary throw in to the non-strike end. So that's 3 runs to total. 3 more valuable runs. Sorry, I cut
That's
that.
all right.
You might need to be a bit closer to the mic. It's just a temperamental.
So my son is starting at Swole also.
Okay.
So they're doing a really good job of starting up a junior setup again.
Okay.
So for quite a few years they didn't have any juniors, sadly. But yeah, it's looking very promising, and
Brilliant.
there's a lot of people behind the scenes making things happen, which is great.
Big shout for LBW there from the bowler. Looks as though that was going down the leg side. But so I'm interested. They haven't had a setup. This is Swalwell Cricket Club in.
No, so it's a little further north.
Okay.
Outside of Newcastle.
Okay.
Centre, yeah. But yeah, sadly a few years ago I've left, and
Yes.
you know, it is what it is.
Yep, they
And
get it all back up and
unfortunately,
started.
a lot of the senior players had girls, and apparently that wasn't very
Right.
useful when you want a cricket team.
Okay.
Well, you can't say that these days.
Couldn't get
can you?
next team. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit mixed when I was younger, but
Yeah.
yeah. Also, I don't know if I should admit this really, I'm also getting back into playing cricket.
Wow. Well, we didn't know that. Oh, fantastic.
So yeah, so we're a women's side together.
Brilliant.
So,
Started softball, doing the softball.
yep,
Oh, that's fun.
softball. So that's good fun. I mean, there might have been a bit of a come and have a taster session, and there might be some cheap prosecco, but maybe that's just a coincidence.
Absolutely,
But you know,
Whatever gets you through the door, I guess.
That's exactly right.
yeah.
So we've got a new bowler here, Simon Waddington, I think, who's the bowler. Is that correct, Alan? Yes.
Another bowler bowling in his cap.
Left arm. Yep. Plays his cricket, I believe, in Manly, Warringah, in Sydney. Plays 5th grade still, so he's still playing a good standard of cricket. Yeah, no, that's wonderful. And you probably won't. Well, you won't know this, but I coach women's cricket. Yes.
Do you?
Yes, at Malmesbury Cricket Club. So a big shout out to the ladies at Malmesbury Cricket Club. Looking forward to coming back to those Sundays when it's about 4 degrees and the indoor sports hall in Malmesbury. So no, it's a different temperature here to there. So Simon Waddington just getting set now as he comes in. Left arm over the bowled very well in the Marlborough Cup, Simon Waddington. And what are your two lads? They're now growing up, aren't they? How old are I know Max is in his 20s, isn't he?
He is, yes. Henry's 18 and Arthur is 16.
Wow.
So, yes.
Both talented cricketers,
Well,
I believe.
I probably shouldn't pass comments on that.
No, please
I
do.
don't want to be
No, it's
one of those mums.
yeah, no. I know that they're talented cricketers, and it'd be nice for them to play with their dad. So it's going to be
Yes. And
it's going to be interesting to see if they listen to Dad.
No. The wages and the have already started.
Okay.
I think that Dad's already been given a handicap
Okay.
to see who can, they've got bets on who's going to score the most amount of runs and. But
Lovely drive there, over the top by Eccleston, 4 runs. So he's not hanging around, and beautiful drive there by It looks as though it came off a little bit of the toe of the bat, but the power in his shot making allowed that over the boundary. So the score moves on to 57 for 2. So, yep,
Yes.
number of runs, number of wickets, because then what do they do?
Well, we've
Just
got-
remind me.
Yeah, we've got with 3 sons. It was always very difficult. So we had a wicket keeper, bowler, and a you'll get a go at
Yeah.
what we wanted to do, and that's kind of.
Oh, that is just class from Eccleston. Lent into that, lovely off drive, 4 runs, 4 more to the total, and he just had a little bit of a kick off with the perspiring Wildman there. So yeah, that's had a good combination there.
Yes.
And then was Dad umpire, or was he?
No,
he was
I
playing.
think Dad got in the mix. Don't worry
He got
about
in the
that.
mix,
He had
yeah.
yes.
Good.
So yeah, that's kind of role. Although Henry's trying to bounder,
Yes,
so he's
okay.
a bowling all-rounder.
Yep.
Max is a wicket-keeper, is predominantly a batsman, but
Right.
he spins as well. It's
Yeah.
spin.
And they've been involved with the Gloucestershire pathway.
Yes,
Okay.
since under 9.
Yep.
Yep.
I know Max, wasn't he? My son Oliver
Yes.
in that pathway, and then Max went on to play a few twos against him for Gloucestershire.
Yes, he was on the academy for a while, and he then went off to Australia for 2 stints of 6 months to play out their Gold Coast,
Beautiful.
which was lovely.
Nicely driven off the back foot there by one. Success to run. Jimmy picked up. There on the boundary by the Australian fielder. And Simon Waddington throws in to the keeper, Anthony Barranca. So England moving ever so close to the Australian tool there. So the Gold Coast. So what was it that he didn't stay there? Was it? Did he come back to mum and dad? And
No, I don't think it was mum and dad at all. He probably had a lot of washing to do after. He was always going to come back for the winters.
Yes.
And then I think this was going to be his hiding winter as to whether he goes back permanently or comes home permanently. But now with Henry being 18, I think probably going to have a 6-month stint together.
Lovely.
And then we'll see
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
whether they
Wonderful.
relocate permanently.
Yeah, because they're young enough to do
Yes.
that, aren't they? And
Yes.
gives you a nice excuse to go out there
Absolutely
for a holiday.
right. So
That's a beautiful shot. That's going to looks as though that roll all the way to the boundary. So another 4 for England. Bournemouth, the back foot. He's enjoying his cricket out there. You can see that it's he's really enthused by this. Lovely batting wicket. So yeah, no, wonderful to talk about cricket and children and holidays. But are you sure they don't want to take part on the commentary? Have a
No,
go.
I think
Have a
no,
go.
I think
Come on.
I think we're probably have viewers or listeners switching off if that was the case.
Thought it was, yeah. Just been reminded there, and that's gone squirted through, and that's going to be another 4. That was the 50 partnership earlier, but now there's another 4 to the total, so that's 54 these two have put on. And the score moves on to 71 for 2, so they're moving on very quickly to this Australian score of 88. Don't think the Australians quite know what to do now in terms of their facings, which is probably understandable. Runs coming at quite a quick pace here, so still got to slip in, but I'm sure that that's going to be taken pretty soon. To continue, 1 ball left in the over. That's nice play by Wildman coming forward there. So do the summers pretty much you have no holidays, or do you just pretty much stay at home for the cricket season?
Personally, I've never had a summer holiday since I've been married.
Right.
Because that's just not ever going to happen with a husband and 3 sons that play cricket. So she's great fun. It would have been lovely for her to have been here with us, and I know she family commitments meant she had to stay at home, like so many of the wives.
Yes. Well, the heat it's quite hard. I don't know whether it's heat or humidity or just work, the love of doing work, but it's not for everyone. Sri Lanka, but I feel it's a country you get acclimatised to.
Yes.
It's so beautiful actually, and I don't know if you've been into the interior, but there's so much to see and do there as well. Nicely driven to the onside. James Morris picks up, and there's no run. Yeah, there's lots of things to do if people take an extra week or 2 weeks and stay on or come back here for a holiday.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Dare I say, even without cricket.
Oh, no. Absolutely.
Demi says, "Oh no."
No, my
Oh, what a shot! 6 runs, right in the wheelhouse there for Giles Eccleston. My goodness, is there no end to this man's talents? He's just pumped that ball over the long off boundary for 6 runs, takes the score under 79 for 2. So we're fast approaching the end of the game.
I think Giles has got a sunbed reserved at the pool in an hour.
Yeah. And are you going to be coming along to the last Ashes game?
Absolutely.
That's Tuesday.
Absolutely.
Yes, definitely.
We might be able. Oh, we won't be doing any more streaming, sadly. So this is your chance,
We're so sad.
Demi and Rebecca, to take us through to the conclusion.
What
With
an
anything
honour.
you'd like to add, and as you mentioned about Jonathan Wildman's wife, which is lovely.
Yeah.
We've also got some of the wives also here. We've got Helen, haven't we?
Yes. Helen
And-
Snellgrove, yes.
Yeah. And Michelle, Charles's wife, who's here. So hello to them, and
Absolutely.
2 friends who've just arrived, Tony Williamson and his wife Lucy, who are doing a tour. They're big friends with Giles and Michelle, so they're going to have 2 weeks here as well. So we moved into the 80s now. That's a beautiful drive, and that's gone past the outstretched dive there for 4 runs from Wildman. Smashing shot there, just pierced the inner ring there. So 4 more to the total, 84 is the score. And we seem to have lost Bob.
We do. I couldn't possibly say that he's in the bar.
I think he's
That
just
would be
simply
wrong of me.
hydrating. I think he's hydrating.
Is he now?
And cooling down in
Yes.
that lovely AC
Yes.
lounge.
I actually think it's only fair for us to throw him under the bus,
Yeah.
given his comments on our shopping and
Yeah. Yeah.
our
Definitely.
escapades. So yes, he may or
Yeah.
may not be cooling
He'll-
down in the bar with a.
He'll be
a
choking on
lion.
his white wine at the moment,
Oh, no,
having a
it's
chuckle.
Too early for his white wine. I think he might be on the lion at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Either way, it didn't look like water.
It did not.
He's done a sterling job, so thank you for your commentary, Bob. As we fast approach the end of the this stage in the game, where England only need 89 to win.
And thank you for your commentary. We've
Oh,
had
that's
so
very
many
kind.
messages and people, where's the stream? We're listening in, just from all over. And everyone thoroughly enjoys your
Thank you.
knowledge.
That's very kind of you,
And,
Rebecca.
Yeah, it's been lovely. Although we're here watching, we still have your commentary
very
on.
kind.
We just like to hide out wherever there's aircon. Sorry, not sorry. We do think about you, but
That's absolutely fine.
You have done a great job as
Yeah,
ever, Woody.
fantastic.
Yes.
I think it just adds a little bit to when we're on tour. You can have streaming, it can be a bit quiet and bland.
Yeah.
But as you get to know a lot of the guys on tour and do World Cups and meet other teams, you get to know a little bit of the
Yes.
context, and you can put a lot of context to the game. And that's just gone down the offside, so it's great bowling by Dew here at the end. And it's all about stories. I mean, I was just saying to Paul Coffey earlier from the 40 Club, it's not about us. We're all here to just enjoy ourselves, aren't we? And shouldn't be afraid, like myself, to come on and say a few things, make a few mistakes. It's nicely played on the onside. So Eccleston has scored another 4. That takes him on to 36. So these two pretty much at parity here. 36 is Eccleston and Wildman is on 34. They've made it look absolutely simple stuff here batting. The ball was jagging all over the place earlier in the day, but these two have just made the art of batting look so simple. So looking like an 8-wicket victory here for England. And there it is. So England run out winners there with that single from Eccleston into the mid-wicket boundary by 8 wickets as they're shaking hands in the middle. We'll give you a bit of a rundown whilst I thank the ladies. Thank you, Demi. Thank you, Rebecca, for your
And Bob has
offerings.
Bob has
And Bob has
I thought the ladies
miraculously
were much more
appeared.
interesting than myself, so I'll leave them to them.
Thank you very much, Woody.
Yes,
You're
thank
doing a
you.
great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent job.
A few more thank yous. I'd like to thank, on behalf of the England seniors, Chris Mays, who's done a sterling job here, setting up. Yes, we'll do a little bit of a runner. I was just going to say over to Bob.
The wicket was pretty good, really, at the Pisara ground, where Pakistan will take on Sri Lanka. Quite a lot of people hopefully got, and Woody for a few.
Yes, England run out winners there, 89 for 2 by 8 wickets. The main highlights: Jonathan Wildman was 34 or 30 balls, 7 fours, no sixes, strike rate of 113.